Hello. Hello, friends. Hey, Shanna. Hey, Shanna. Hey, Moonstar. Toffee, welcome. Morbert, 9-inch toenails, welcome. Oh, my goodness. How the heck are we? Kia ora, 8-bit supercomputer. Kia ora, welcome. Woo! We're in. Oh, by the way, some great news. Bob Villains, the London police have dropped charges against singer for death chance for Israeli military. Let's go, Bob Villain! Woo! Yes! Justice is being served, everybody. Justice. Let's go. Justice is being served. Hey, Burb, welcome. How the heck is everybody, by the way? How is everybody? Hey, Grandma Pinky. It's so good to see all of you. So good to see all of you. What a crazy live we had last night as well. My goodness. Glad it's Friday. Oh, yeah, I'm chuffed. I'm chuffed. I am so chuffed. Right. Alright, lads. Alright, governor. Shall we get into it, shall we? We're going to start off with what's going on in Nepal, obviously. Still Thursday, is it, Grandma Pinky? Still Thursday, is it? I don't know why. I'm feeling spicy. I'm feeling spicy today. I'm feeling very spicy today. Your music reminds me of Dolly. Woo! Oh, gosh. Welcome, folks. All right. We're going to start off with Nepal today. So let's get into it. As you all know, the flash flood has been devastating. So let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it.
These satellite images show what scientists say may have triggered the disaster. They show a glacier in the Langtang region of the Himalayas, which collapsed. The glacier is located on the border between Nepal and China's Tibet Autonomous Region. Remember, this is the Himalayas, the highest mountain range in the world. Scientists think a section of a glacier, about 5,000 meters above sea level, broke off and plunged vertically. The explosion was so powerful that it caused a seismic event of 5.2 magnitude. Initially, scientists thought it was caused by an earthquake. The debris fell another kilometer into the valley below, gathering snow, rock, mud on its way down. It also hit the Botikoshi River, causing a wall of water to sweep across the area, destroying buildings, bridges, and roads. This is the main crossing for travelers going between Kathmandu and Lhasa. China had heavily invested in its modernization in 2015 after an earthquake. It is now completely destroyed. Satellite imagery shows just how dramatically the landscape has changed. This is what it looked like before. And this is the aftermath. Rescue teams are still searching for survivors, and in this remote Himalayan terrain, the scale of the disaster is only now becoming clearer.
It's really bad. Hey, Lucy, welcome.
The power unleashed in these valleys in a matter of minutes remains bewildering to behold. Part of a glacier and the debris it pummeled through these rivers left Nepal and Tibet scarred. So many lives lost, many others ripped apart. We watched as families of those missing came to hospitals in the capital, where many of the injured have been brought. 455 by mid-afternoon, searching for answers, but no one has them.
So
33
bad.
years old.
Krishna Thapa is looking for his brother. Bize Kama works in a
I'm good, thank you.
hydroelectric power station.
Good to see you.
Just we get information and just we report it here. That's it.
His brother called him as the water struck.
Oh, no.
Yes.
He phoned, you spoke to him yesterday morning?
Yesterday he called me
At what time?
9 a.m. Yesterday 9 a.m.
And had he heard these reports of the water
Yes,
coming
yes,
down?
flood is coming. That's why we are running away. And then no contact.
Families here and abroad are still desperately waiting for news. The Nepalese authorities say they've deployed more than 2,000 troops and have so far rescued nearly 100 people. As this bleak picture emerges, there is still hope and determination here.
When disaster struck out of a bright, still morning, there was no escape for many. Survivors were wading through the thick mud today, searching for whatever they've got left.
You know, I'm really happy you rise above all this drama on Twitch. I read all those posts in Discord. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Twitch... I think the biggest thing about Twitch drama, like, if I started for some reason, then, you know, I'll own it. I'll be like, okay, I started this drama, so let's whatever. But when people unnecessarily like target me because I'm pointing out something like super obvious, and they're really sort of they feel a bit fragile about it, and they don't confront me, but they, you know, do shit behind your back, which is a very like sneaky ass bullshit thing to do. It pisses me off. It really pisses me off. Like, if they have a problem with me, they should talk to me. But you know what? Once people break that trust, once people break that boundary, I'll never ever go back to them. I'll leave the door open for them. They can come, apologize, and engage with this community in a respectful way. Otherwise, you know, don't bother. It sucks. It sucks, honestly, that they just find ways to try and silence you, and they're just a bunch of like, yeah. I don't want to, you know, put words in my own mouth. Hey, Street Smarts, welcome. Lucy, that's awesome. Thank you.
I've lost everything I have, Rajendra says. It was all swept away. Only me and these clothes now.
Hey, Doug.
In the chaos, concerns are growing for some of the most vulnerable.
What we are hearing from the ground is concerning reports of children who have gone missing or remain stranded. Many children went to school yesterday in the morning, and in several cases, schools and homes are in different towns. The flooding has cut off routes between these communities, leaving children separated from their families.
This evening, they were still bringing survivors into Nepal's National Trauma Centre. Looking on, More families of the missing. Trauma etched on each face. And still no answers.
Neil joins us live from Kathmandu tonight. Neil, you mentioned the trauma there, didn't you? I mean, give us a sense of how this is impacting such a small nation and how it's trying to cope.
There are huge challenges facing both Nepal and Tibet in the face of what has happened here. Some 30 miles or so of main road has been washed away, with dozens of bridges, a number of hydroelectric power stations completely obliterated, others badly damaged. There's no communication in some of the worst affected areas, and we've had heavy rains here tonight which have hampered the ongoing operations. The truth about this situation is we are learning more each day, building up a complex picture about the reality on the ground. The Nepalese authorities are well versed in dealing with the worst that nature has to throw at them. Think back at the earthquake here in 2015. But they need the world to hear their cry for help. This nation is one of the poorest in South Asia. Aid and relief in the coming days and weeks will make a huge difference, a difference between life and death for many people in this country.
All right, Neil, in Kathmandu, in Nepal there. For the moment, thank you. Well, here the Prime Minister has pledged £5 million from the UK to help Nepal's government. Andy Burnham said that Nepal had been there for Britain in its hour of need, and Britain would be there for them now. The King said he and the Queen were heartbroken to hear of the devastating flooding, and many in the UK's large Nepalese community are desperately awaiting for news about relatives and friends. Ellie Pitt reports.
Pramod and his wife Sumitra got married 2 months ago. They are planning to start the next stage of their lives in Sussex together, where he owns a food business. But she is missing, as are his uncle, mum, and brother. He has only been able to briefly call his dad. I spoke to Pramod while he was on the bus to the airport this afternoon.
I talked to him yesterday about 1 minute, saying I'm coming home tomorrow. But my wife, my mom, my brother, my uncle's missing. It's a very sad and sickening kind of feeling.
Oh my God, Mario.
The term flash flood barely seems to capture the size and deadly force of the water that crashed through this valley. Certainty of survival for those who had time to run to higher ground. Many didn't. And for them, today the King has said, "My wife and I are heartbroken to hear of the devastating flooding."
Who gives a fuck about what the King has to say? Fuck this guy.
Our special thoughts and prayers remain with all those affected, and as always, the United Kingdom stands ready to help support those in need. A promise backed up by the Prime Minister earlier.
An offer of first responders, search and rescue support. Britain excels in this. Financial support has been put on the table as well.
Several hydro energy projects in the region, trying to use the power of the water, have instead been demolished by it. The connections of the Nepalese community stretch 5,000 miles to London.
Totally heartbroken. 4 or 5 people back from my hometown. All of them are engineers working in the hydro project sites, and all of a sudden it came, so they're missing now.
In temples and homes in the UK, they are responding to disaster in the most natural of ways, by fulfilling that human instinct, the need to be together. Ellie Pitt, ITV News.
More details emerged today about just how destructive the catastrophe was. It's thought the huge and deadly torrent of water was travelling at 100 miles per hour at its peak. Our science correspondent Martin Stew is here with more.
For people who use normal metrics, that's 160 kilometers an hour.
Details about what happened and why the danger isn't over yet, and a warning that he will show pictures of the flash flooding, which you may find upsetting.
Yeah, well, Lucrezia, as we're starting to get more satellite image, we're getting a clearer picture, actually, of what happened. Now, this is the glacier beforehand. We've circled the area, and this is actually 700 metres across. Now look afterwards. You can see the huge area which has broken away. Again, from the side, this is the same glacier we've highlighted at the overhanging area of rock and ice, weighing millions of tons. After, it's a bit blurry, but you can still make out where it collapsed. Debris falling more than a kilometre vertically down into the valley below. And it was that impact that people originally thought was an earthquake. Now, experts are still trying to understand if the water was from the glacier and ice which melted in the avalanche, or was river water which got backed up by the landfall and then burst through. But either way, the steep valleys meant there was nowhere for the water to go, so the full force hit places like this. This is the China-Nepal border post, and look what it did. Now look, that is where the building you may have seen, the one which was enveloped by giant waves once was, and this is where one of those many hydro plants which has been destroyed was. We heard in the last two reports how workers in those plants are amongst the worst affected. Further down the valley, well, they'd had little or no warning. The giant wave travelling more than 100 miles an hour. And you can see the homes dotted along the side of the river, as well as bridges which link either side of the valley. Now look afterwards. The homes, well, they've been devoured by floodwater. The bridges completely washed away. In fact, 19 have been destroyed. That's hampering rescue efforts, as are thick layers of mud which have been left behind. And experts say the danger hasn't fully passed.
So that flash flood itself has carried an enormous amount of debris. It's going to continue eroding the valley sides. That could potentially lead to secondary landslides, and those themselves could lead to blockages in the river.
And this is exactly what they're worried about. This is a brand new lake at the base of the slope that saw the initial landslide. It doesn't look very big, but already it holds half as much water as Lake Grasmere and will double that capacity in the next few days. At that point, according to the Chinese authorities, the dam created by fallen rocks could burst, sending another flood down exactly the same valley. Now, engineers in this area are trained to divert water, but they're in a race against time, and they're going to be battling on some of the most challenging terrain on Earth.
It's a ticking time bomb. Again, another one. Oh, man, that's so sad, honestly. Oh my goodness. This is such a
30
huge
Canadians
disaster.
and permanent residents are among more than 1,300 people still unaccounted for in Nepal and Tibet. A tidal wave of flooding washed across their border region yesterday. More than 360 people have been confirmed killed across both regions, but hundreds have been rescued today alone. This video shows the sheer destruction left in the aftermath. Massive mudslides, swamped roads, bridges swept away, homes destroyed. Authorities say the floods were triggered by an avalanche of ice and rock. A group of scientists have been reviewing satellite images of the flooded areas in the region to try and figure out the cause of the floods. One of them is my next guest. Jakob Steiner is a geoscientist at the University of Graz in Austria. He joins us from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Jakob, thank you for joining us. From your understanding, what contributed to the catastrophe here? Shed some light on this for us.
Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, this is it's an incredible event that has happened. What we really saw was that the lower part of a tongue of a glacier completely sheared off across a width of 1,300 meters. And it's really like someone took a knife and basically cut the lower part of a glacier and dropped it off the mountain cliff from an elevation of 5,000 meters, dropping down to 3,000 meters. And that blast caused a huge impact that eventually dammed the lake. And once that lake got too big, the dam breached. And that's what you then saw in the videos, the flood that came from this lake breach.
Yeah, the terrifying videos, just the absolute devastation. Still hard to watch even a day later. Let's bring up the map, guys, that Jakob has provided for us. We're looking at a map, Jakob, that you created from satellite images from NASA to sort of help us walk through this here. What do we see on this?
I mean, I think it's really important to emphasize how impressive it is that we can get nowadays, images just after an event immediately. And this is also, great legacy product from NASA. This is free, right, for everyone. So we got this morning, and it's really nice to see here. You can see that line where the
This is the biggest problem with like climate scientists, in my opinion. I think they they have like a climate crisis kink. They speak about climate crisis in such an excited and weird way. How the fuck can you look at this and go, "Oh, he's excited about this. He's excited."
Glacier was at an elevation of 5,000 meters, and you see the brown stuff below. This is where the glacier basically dropped to, and then created the lake further downstream. And then you see above that is the mountain peak, which is 7,000 meters, which gives you a bit of a sense of scale. And this is why in the Himalaya these events are so disastrous, because the drop heights are much higher than anywhere else on the planet, right? Because the mountains are so much higher. So when something drops, it drops much deeper. And because it drops over these large elevation and gradients, the impacts that are caused are also much more devastating.
Is there any way this could have been prevented at all? I know Nepal has had recurrent floods, but any way that something of this magnitude of catastrophe?
Yeah. Stop fucking putting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. How about we start doing that?
If it could have been prevented.
I mean, this event itself could only have been prevented if we as a society across the globe made different decisions 15 years ago on how we use our resources, right? I mean, yes, climate change here had a role, but that specific event, we couldn't have stopped that a week ago. What could have been prevented is that we were better prepared and warned people in advance, so it wouldn't have happened what you saw in those videos, that people had to run away. They should have been warned in advance, especially because exactly 1 year ago, a similar event happened in the same location. So, we kind of knew that this was a risky area, and we were working together with Nepal government to prepare them for this. But these are challenging times also geopolitically for Nepal, a new government institute, and it is a trans-boundary area. So this is exactly on the border with China. So there has to be coordination between two countries, which is very challenging. And because of this, unfortunately, we were not able to make much progress from what we saw exactly 1 year ago, where already many people died. And now we are faced with this, and hopefully this will not go in vain, and we will be prepared for the next event, which will for sure come.
Can you give us a little more information on that? In your role, as you mentioned, you advise the government of Nepal when it comes to things like climate change. What are some of the specific suggestions that you've made to them, and why haven't they been implemented?
So I think the two main branches really. So one thing is that we can provide technical support in testing to put sensors, for example. So you put stuff in the field that can send alerts out to the population. That's one way to go, and we also do that. But the other way, and this is what we are trying to emphasize more, is focusing on analyzing the satellite imagery, right? Because we can do this at our fingertips from our computers.
But that's not going to be enough, because you'll only see what's happening. You won't see like these aren't with the way the I wonder how much time it took for it after the glacier melted. I wonder how much time it took to get to get all the way to the bottom, to where these villages were, because I think it was just so fast. I don't think these people stood a chance. Maybe if there were maybe if there were alerts, maybe more people could have been saved for sure. But fuck, man, this is so sad. Honestly, so sad.
And this we have been trying to do in workshops, but unfortunately, capacities are also limited in the country. Resources and funding have been decreasing a lot in recent years because of a general crunch in this domain, especially in climate science. So it's really, really hard.
It's such a struggle, the battle between resources and the need for preventative measures like this, as you described. I just want to take this in a direction of looking at Canada. Here in Canada, particularly in the West, we have many mountainous regions, lots of hills, valleys. I know that we're talking about a completely different climate from what you would see in Nepal, but As time goes on and worries about climate change continue on, does Canada need to do more to be better prepared? And is something like this eventually, even on a more minute scale, possible in Canada?
I think, yes, so this is absolutely possible in Canada, like you suggest. I mean, the mountains are different, of course, in terms of scale. I think it's also pertinent to note that actually the leads and the projects that we work on are from Canada. So we are working here with Canadian expertise leading the way in Nepal, right? So the experiences that we have from Canada are going directly to Nepal because we had experiences that are comparable in Canada before. There were disasters with glaciers in the country before. You know, I would not say that exactly something like this is going to happen in Canada. Canada is different than Nepal. And also it's more, you know, in terms of infrastructure, it's a little bit more developed than Nepal in this sense, which makes a big difference, right? It's not just the hazard, it's also the way, you know, the exposure of people to the hazard that contributed to the disaster we saw in the last 2 days. So, you know, Canada is in many ways more prepared. And an important part is really where Canada is leading the way. It has been listening to the people who live in these areas, right? Especially indigenous voices, which is something that in Nepal, you know, we have indigenous peoples who live in these regions as well. And they have actually been telling for this mountain, many climbers do not climb it because it's an angry mountain. And, you know, they are proven right every year again and again because events have happened here before. So this kind of, you know, indigenous knowledge from communities is really important. And that's something that where Canada has been investing a lot. So
we have to we have to work with indigenous people, man. Like indigenous people like that's the missing piece in our world, you know. We're just not listening. Oh, so many people, guys. Like this is thousands of people. This is so fucking insane.
I think there are many positive aspects that the country is taking towards this, but because climate change is a global thing, yes, of course, it will also face these challenges in future. No country can escape from that. In this case, no country that has mountains, right?
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Jakob Steiner is a geoscientist at the University of Graz in Austria. He joins us today from Bangladesh. Jakob, thank you so much for your insight. We really appreciate it.
They never have listened
Thanks
to
so
us.
much for having me.
Okay, so this is a longer report by Sky News. I think we should follow this one a little bit further today because I think the gravity of this is just starting to set in. Just a question to the chat. Hey, do you guys have family there, or are you is anyone directly impacted by it? One of our friends is Nepalese, and we had a chat with them, and their family wasn't in line with this, but yeah, it's pretty big. This is huge impact.
Hello and welcome to a Sky News special program on the Nepal floods. Coming up.
Oh my God, Mario.
Almost 400 people are now known to have died after devastating flash flooding destroys towns and villages on the Nepal-Tibet border.
Raging river right by it has brought utter devastation. And now what so many local people feared about a second wave of flooding coming through. You can see everyone trying to escape, trying to get to higher ground.
Now a major search and rescue operation with hundreds of people.
I've been reposting a bunch of stuff. If you guys want to see like real footage on the ground, yeah, like it's horrific scenes. I've been reposting a bunch of it on X. If you wanna look at it, witness if you can. But man, it is horrific. Just bodies wrapped around like poles, lampposts, and just the most excruciatingly sad scene. You know, his body's washing up in bits.
People still missing, including dozens from the UK.
If I could put a message out to my parents if they could see me there, is that we're staying strong on our end. We're hopeful for your return.
Extraordinary footage of the disaster shows the immense power of the water, with a warning from authorities there could be more floods to come. Over the next hour, we'll look in detail at what caused the floods, and we'll have the latest from on the ground in Nepal. Good evening. The scenes from Nepal are devastating. Towns and villages swept away by terrifying torrents of water. More than 380 people are now known to have died in the flash flooding that ripped through communities in the region yesterday. But that number is expected to rise significantly. Almost 1,000 people are missing in Nepal, including 33 from the UK. Hundreds of others are unaccounted for in neighbouring Tibet. It's believed the disaster was triggered when a glacier collapsed, and authorities are warning there could be more flooding to come. Well, one of the worst affected areas is Dungay on the banks of the Trishuli River. From there, our Asia correspondent Cordelia Lynch has our first report.
Well, we were just in Dungay. That's an area where about 100 homes have been wiped out. A raging river right by it has brought utter devastation. And now what so many local people feared, concern about a second wave of flooding coming through. You can see everyone trying to escape on motorbikes. A lot trying to get to higher ground, any kind of high building that they can find. Panic set in immediately. Rescue teams telling us to get out. Everyone trying to flee as quick as they can.
And this is why they're so terrified. They know the horror of what can happen when a huge wall of water and mud rip through a town with no warning. The police are searching for life in Nuwakot district, but it's death that surrounds them.
I have friends from Nepal. They said they were impacted. Oh shit, Lucy. Like impacted, hopefully, like in what way? Is it, have they lost family or homes? Like what's, if you don't mind sharing. It sucks. This shouldn't have happened to Nepal. Yeah. Hey Rose. They lost families? Oh, far out, Lucy. I'm so sorry to hear that. Please send them this community's condolences. Oh, shit.
This is slow, challenging work down pretty impassable roads. The police here with rescue dogs trying to move through the mud, trying to search for any survivors and some of the many dead that they believe are submerged under this mud.
Look at the struggle. And this is just a snapshot of the epic task ahead. The floodwaters rose up to 30 feet high. So fast was the torrent, so remote the location, whole families were unprepared and unable to get out.
मैले त देखेर त्यो पानी देखेर पसल छोडेर भागे हो न त त्यो हामी त पसलै खोल्न गइरहेको थियो हामी त बुढी थियो साथीको छोरा थियो त्यो साथीको बुढी पनि छैन छोरा पनि छैन यता हाम्रो छिमेकी पसल थियो त्यो पसलको बुढाबुढी पनि छैन.
As night falls, frustration rises. Kern's brother Bishal is one of at least 1,400 people missing.
हाम्रो के छ बिरामी जस्तै लासै छ भने हामीले लास मात्र जिम्मेवारी पनि हुन्थ्यो त्यो पनि छैन कमसेकम हामीले एउटा सूचना मात्र यस्तो छ यसमा यति जना मान्छे फसिया छ यहाँबाट यति जना मान्छे रेस्क्यु भएको छ.
It is deeply chaotic here, and now there's fear too of a second surge. Cordelia Lynch, Sky News, Nuwakot, Nepal.
Well, the pictures of the disaster are extraordinary, with footage capturing the power of the flooding as it surged through the valley. The glacier collapse caused a huge release of water, mud, rock and ice that swept through towns and villages, as our international correspondent John Sparks now reports.
New images have emerged of the moment the devastation began.
Oh my God, Mario.
A wall of water and ice and mud barreling down a Nepalese valley. The sound of shock and alarm as workers run for their lives. An almighty surge that took boulders and rocks and tossed them downstream.
My gosh, look at the power
As
of the
waters
fucking...
recede,
Oh
a new
my
reality
gosh.
is revealed. Towns and villages now cloaked in layers of sediment, with many dwellings destroyed by the deluge. The survivors find themselves in desperate need of aid. Many thousands of residents here have been left with nothing.
Everything has gone. Rice, corn, clothes, the tea shop. Everything was swept away by the flood. The only thing left is me and my clothes.
The number of missing people has risen swiftly to well over 1,000 in Nepal, and relatives have been gathering at this hospital in the capital, Kathmandu, looking for their loved ones. This woman, called Chamindi, can't find her son. His name isn't on the hospital's list.
My son is a driver. He said he was driving his truck. We spoke just before the flood hit, but there's no news of him. We can't find out anything.
At the city mortuary, the police have taken images of bodies and stuck them to the wall as they attempt to identify the victims. The death toll now stands at well over 300. And it's clear that hundreds of foreign nationals are also missing, some on a pilgrimage to a religious site in Tibet, others hiking and climbing in the mountains. 33 Britons are unaccounted for, along with people from many other countries.
These are such distressing scenes coming out of Nepal, and we feel for the people there and everything that they're going through at this moment in time. Such devastation of communities, and already, sadly it seems, such huge loss of life. Of course, British nationals missing as well, and we need to support that search and rescue effort.
The collapse of a glacier, it's thought, triggered this disaster, an event so powerful it was mistaken for an earthquake. The resulting landslide produced this surge of water, with experts citing climate change as a key factor.
The monsoon, the ground would be saturated, the rivers would already be high, the snow on the glaciers would be saturated. These glaciers are rapidly retreating due to climate change, and so their permafrost is becoming unstable. And so all of the conditions that you'd need for this kind of disaster are in place right now.
In China, the authorities are sending diggers and trucks to areas decimated by the flood. While in Nepal, emergency workers are trying to cope with the mountainous terrain. An army training facility has been turned into an ad hoc airbase, with helicopters ferrying bewildered-looking residents to safety. But much of this region remains inaccessible. 19 river crossings have been destroyed, and roads and airstrips have been buried under mud. The devastation caused is undeniable, yet the true scale of this disaster remains unclear. John Sparks, Sky News.
Here, the King and Queen have said they're heartbroken by the disaster. At least 33 British people, including 2 teenagers, are among those missing after the floods. Sky's Shaman Freeman-Powell has been speaking to Anant Patel. His parents were on a pilgrimage in the region and were last seen at the Nepal.
One of the sickest things I've seen, like bit of racism here, is stuff like people are posting images of people of dudes like Anant, and because they're brown, they're going UK citizen, British man ? And an Australian couple who were ethnically Indian. They're going Australian ? Like, man, even a moment like this, these fucking racists just can't shut the fuck up, you know? Even in a moment like this, they find a way to dehumanize people. It's so sick, man. I'll find a couple of those posts. It's so bad.
Tibet border.
What they were part of is a group that was going to the Gosaikunda Lake. So that was a pilgrimage that would go through Nepal and into China, the Tibet area, to auspicious sites as part of their religious sort of beliefs. And unfortunately, they've been caught up in this landslide disaster. The last time I made contact with them was on Tuesday. They updated me on the itinerary of their trip and indicated to me that they would be looking to cross over into China the next day via the Jurong border crossing in Nepal. I knew my parents were in the area, but obviously, as more and more information emerged about where exactly this landslide occurred, more concerns sort of came about, and myself and our wider family became more and more concerned for their whereabouts. There's been a complete lack of information, understandably, given the remote location where they were based. I think what's really concerned me now is the length of time where no clear information has really emerged. When we've contacted the Foreign Office, as much as they have provided sort of support avenues, the information has been practically non-existent. Understandable to an extent given the situation, severity and the location, but I think that's where the concern is now, is that it's now an ongoing period of time where we feel that there is no clear information that has emerged from the authorities. I've been able to obtain some information from other pilgrimages that have ventured further into China from the Jurong border crossing, and I've got pictures of border control logs from the Chinese end that indicate that the Alpine Eco tour group that my parents and 11 other British nationals were on, those border logs indicate that my parents and the rest of the group cleared the border control about 15 to 20 minutes before the pictures that are widely circulating show the Jurong border crossing being absolutely obliterated by the landslide. So
in Japan, the bigots are mad. Japan is sending aid. One good thing the government fucking doing lately, oh my gosh.
I think that's a really important bit of information that might be specific to my parents and the other 11 British nationals in that area. My direct heartfelt appeal to the Chinese authorities in Tibet would be to act on the information that I've sort of obtained. It provides a specific geographic location and a time at the Jurong border crossing, and if any information that the Chinese officials find, can that be passed directly on to the British authorities as soon as possible to provide clarity to our families at this obviously difficult time. If I could put a message out to my parents if they could see me there, is that we're staying strong on our end, we're hopeful for your return, and I'm personally doing the best that I can in difficult circumstances, I believe.
This is
and
so sad, man.
ultimately, as the sort of next of kin, it's my responsibility to sort of step up at this point. So I'd hope that on a personal level, if my parents were to see this, that they would be appreciative of the fact that I'm doing my best to stay strong in such difficult circumstances.
And Patel there, whose parents are still missing. Well, on the ground, it's a desperate race to find those missing people and to treat those who've been hurt. I've been speaking to Dr. Gopal Sadane, who's working at a hospital in Kathmandu, which is helping some of those impacted by the floods.
Yeah, the connectivity with the affected areas is almost not there by road. So it's by the heli rescues, which is being done by the government and the private helicopter operators. But in the evening today, we got few patients in ambulances. So that's a good thing that they could come by road. And the patients which we received yesterday were in very severe conditions. Today we received patients, they were not in the category of very severe problems.
Hey Trey, welcome. Welcome. How are you?
There are multiple fractures, and they are relatively well preserved than the patients we received yesterday.
We've heard that the water had rocks in it and obviously debris as well, and people have been hit as the water floods the villages and the valley.
Yeah, not only the blunt trauma, but we have seen many people, they have been asphyxiated by even mud which came together with the water, and they have mud all over the body, their nostrils, their face, mouth, and probably that has also caused more damage to them.
How well equipped is the hospital to deal with the scale of this disaster?
We were expecting and we were prepared for more patients to come, but unfortunately it seems many people, those who have been swept away, they have lost their life. It seems so, because there are a lot of bodies, dead bodies, which have been found by the government
Welcome, Trey.
well below the incident, where the incident happened. That means they have been washed away and they couldn't survive, it seems. And because of the difficulty in getting these patients to the hospitals, we have received less number of patients than which we were prepared for or we were expecting. That's why we are telling the government there should be more patients who would be coming, because we talk to other hospitals also. There are not many patients who have reached these hospitals, and the number of dead bodies found by the government and people went missing since yesterday morning. It's a huge number.
Do you feel you're not getting the support that you need from the authorities and the government, or do you think they are struggling with the scale of this?
They are doing the best. They are doing the best. It's the way the response team is working till this moment is they are doing their best.
It's now thought that the devastating flooding was triggered when a section of a glacier in Nepal's Langtang National Park crashed onto the valley floor. The force of the fall was so powerful it was initially reported as an earthquake. Our science and technology editor, Tom Clark, has more.
It was a flood so unimaginably violent, some thought the videos they were watching were AI generated. If only that were true. The Sky News data and forensics team has mapped the route of the surge over more than 100 kilometres of its journey down Nepal's Trishuli River Valley. The wall of water, mud and debris obliterated towns, villages and bridges, taking an as yet unknown number of lives with it. Its origin appears to be a glacier collapse, seen here in satellite imagery before and after the event. Our analysis suggests ice measuring 60 hectares, 80 football fields, slid 1,300 metres down into the valley below. Towering up the sides of the steep valley, the subsequent flood destroyed all in its path on a 14-kilometre journey to the Rasuwa Gadi crossing on the Nepal-Tibet border, the first major settlement it reaches and destroys.
Wow.
The floodwaters continued down the valley to Meilung. In around 7.5 seconds, the surge covers a distance of 200 metres from this footbridge to the next crossing.
Wow.
Indicating a wall of water travelling at more than 100 kilometres an hour. We've established this video captures the exact same moment, filmed by maintenance workers fleeing as the surge hurtles towards them. You can just make them out in the video filmed from above. And how by deciding to run, they escape death by mere seconds. By the time it reaches Darding Bezi, the water is contained within the valley, but more than 100 kilometres downstream still causes spectacular destruction. Floods linked to glaciers are not unheard of. Just last year, the Birch Glacier in Switzerland destroyed a village there. In 2021, the Chamoli Glacier in the Indian Himalayas collapsed, the flood killing around 200 people.
Events like this are thankfully rare. Because of that, though, it's hard for scientists to work out if the risk of these disasters is going up as our climate warms.
What? Oh my, who paid this guy? Who paid this guy? Everybody, who the fuck paid this guy? It's hard to work out whether it's the climate. Oh.
But as we've seen from Nepal, satellite imagery and smartphones in remote locations are starting to fill in the blanks.
Climate warming will destabilise these regions and lead to more of these events in the future. You're going to have more permafrost thaw. So this
We can't go into like a massive catastrophe like this. Like, we need people to be losing their shit on in the news, you know? We need French journalists to be yelling out "Sacre bleu," you know? Like, fucking sacre fucking bleu, bro. We need journalists to be losing their shit. And look at this guy. This guy looks like he's just had a huge dose of morphine.
sort of frozen ground high up in mountain ranges, that as that warms and thaws, it weakens and is less able to support mountain slopes. So you're going to get more landslides and debris flows.
Those answers can wait. The priority is Nepal's rescue effort. Water penned in by debris in the valley threatens secondary floods. Now unstable slopes may slip. Evacuating those who survived and recovering those who did not will be a difficult and dangerous task. Tom Clark, Sky News.
Well, the sudden nature of the flash flooding caught authorities across the region by surprise. The Nepalese Prime Minister said the entire nation had been left shocked and deeply distressed by the disaster and promised officials would be coordinating with China on the response. Well, our Asia correspondent, Helen Ann Smith, joins us now from Beijing. Helen Ann, so many missing in Nepal, but an awful picture also unfolding across the border in Tibet, and getting reliable information from there isn't easy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What we do know, what we are learning, is that it is similarly awful in Tibet, similarly catastrophic, similarly terrifying, frankly. But the difference in Tibet in the coming days, weeks, months to...
Yeah, exactly, Grandma Pinky. Great comparison. Those answers can wait. Sounds just like the U.S. saying that school shootings is not the time to talk about gun control. Yep.
Nepal is that it is going to be much harder for us to figure out exactly what is going on, to draw that really accurate picture. And that's because, of course, Tibet is one of the most politically sensitive parts of China. It's arguably one of the most politically sensitive places in the world, and we as journalists are simply not allowed to go there. The only way you can access Tibet as a journalist is on a highly orchestrated, choreographed, pre-organised government tour that normally takes you to sort of a few key tourist sites, if you like. So we can't access that area. And actually the province, the region...
Do people find it weird that Tibet just doesn't get talked about much? Like, I know there are a lot of people who are, you know, super pro-China and all of this. But do you guys care that Tibet doesn't get talked about much? Like, what's the deal? Are people just not wanting to talk about Tibet, or do they think it's a hoax? Like, what's going on? Are the super pro, like, are the super pro, like, China people just cancerous when it comes to talking about this? Like, what's going on?
I should say, of the province that this terrible disaster struck is actually even more controlled.
U.S. thoughts and prayers, yeah,
more broad region
totally.
Of Tibet. It's an area where even Chinese tourists need a series of permits to get to. So it really is a very difficult place to access, a very difficult place to assess what's going on. But look, I think so often here in China, figuring out just how serious something is a game of reading the tea leaves, a game of reading between the lines, and there are lots of signs from the government, from the state media, of just how serious this is. Xi Jinping himself spoke about it within hours of it happening. That is not very common. He called for an all-out response. And then within 24 hours, Li Cheng, who's the premier of China, the second in command, was there on the scene. And again, a person of such seniority visiting so quickly, that is also unusual. And I think that speaks volumes of just how serious this is. And crucially as well, just how much the Chinese know that the world will be watching, because so many of the effects hit Nepal, a place where the world's media will descend. They know just how many eyes will be on this area. Just worth saying a small note about the port that this terrible flash flood smashed into, those awful pictures of that border crossing being completely wiped away. That is Jirong Port, that is Tibet's largest land port, and people have told state media in China that on any given day there'd be hundreds of people at that port crossing over in lorries and whatnot, but also likely to be some tourists as well, perhaps some pilgrims. So just terrible scenes. And I think the other thing that the authorities are really stressing is just how complex the rescue efforts are going to be. This is a place where the mountains are steep, the valleys are narrow. In fact, that area, that Jirong Port area, was hit by a landslide just in July 2025, so just over a year ago. It was serious enough then that it washed away bridges and it left 14 people missing. And it actually only properly reopened in January this year. So just a bit of a sense of just how prone to natural disaster this area is. And
a lot of leftists will say because of Bod's past with slavery, they think culture side by China towards Bod isn't real. Same thing with East Turkestan, even though Xinjiang, is that how I say it? Xinjiang literally means colony in Mandarin. China says it's protecting the ethnic minorities there. Okay.
Chinese locals speaking to state media again, saying that the roads were already pretty blocked by smaller landslides and mudslides. The mud there apparently is 5 meters deep. Whole roads completely washed.
I think there's a thinking that if we talk about the atrocities being committed by, other powers, that somehow it makes it harder for the weakening of Western hegemony and white supremacy and all of those things. It doesn't. It's actually a good thing to talk about as many of these injustices as possible, no matter where it happens. It's just about making sure you talk about it proportionally. Obviously, we're going to spend a shitload of time talking about white supremacy, white privilege, Western domination, American imperialism, because that is the greatest threat to the world right now and has been for 600 years. So, we're going to talk about that, but we need to be clear about, we need to be clear that no government is immune to criticism. Like, what the fuck is this simping, man? China really should have left Bod, an independent state with a socialist leader, so the West wouldn't be able to exploit the tensions, and so white leftists wouldn't just say that BS. Yeah.
Away. So
I also think there are a lot of these white leftists who say super extreme things, like they get angry when you say things like I denounce violence, and they hyper fixate on the violence and the groups, and they're super edgy about it, right? They're super edgy. But if shit does hit the fan, like if they, get arrested for it or whatever, they'll rely on their white privilege to get out of trouble. And then they'll shit on people of color for wanting to talk about it in a way that isn't like fucking super edgy and like weirdo bullshit, right? Not just like praising violence by any group. And when you do that, they go, oh, you're not a leftist, you're not this, you're not that. It's like, buddy, if I get arrested, or if brown people get, brown people have consequences, we can't rely on our fucking white privilege to get us out of trouble. They're super edgy, eh? Like, oh yeah, I can say this. I can do this. I can say Stalin was like this amazing dude, blah blah blah. And then when they can do that, because at the end of the day, they feel safe. They don't feel like consequences have that much impact on them. They do it without empathy. They do it without awareness, and that pisses me off, man.
Incredibly difficult to access, and rain is forecast as well. So I think a sense from the authorities that even getting there is difficult, getting people out even more so, nowhere for the helicopters to land, lots of reports of these fleets of vehicles trying to get down there. So look, Tibet will be much more difficult to assess in the coming days than Nepal, but we shouldn't forget about Tibet because I think what is happening there is also truly awful.
Fuck, I was going to say something and I forgot.
Of course, just horrific. Helen Ann in Beijing, thank you. Well, I'm joined now by Dawa Yangzum Sherpa, a Nepalese mountain guide who often works in the region devastated by the flooding. Thank you very much for your time this evening. You know the area very well. What has struck you over the last 24 hours or so as you've watched some of this awful footage?
Yeah, I think, of course, it's very hard to watch the whatever. It's very surprising, and the region is the main transit point of Nepal and China border, and also known as a very famous trekking route to
Hey, old Al Hooten. Even amongst some more progressive leftists, their analysis of East Turkestan and Bod is just, yeah, what China does against them is bad, but not as bad as the West in comparison. I don't care. It still shouldn't happen. Yeah.
Langtang and Langtang Valley, and also this is also this time of the year there is a lot of pilgrimages. This is the gateway to like go to the Mount
Hey,
Kailash.
Dragon.
And this year has been a very auspicious year, so there will be a lot of tourists who go to the Kailash for the Kora. And
Oh, is my overall stream volume low, including my Okay, I'll just turn everything up. Hopefully that's okay.
then also it's also really good economic for Nepali people because we rely on the tourism, so it's impacts. There will be a lot of buses.
Of course,
and
old Al Hooten. Thank you for letting me know.
Business, a lot of not only
Work headphones maxed, yeah. I think the biggest detractors will be people like people may feel I talk about white supremacy, white privilege, and just things like white fragility and stuff too much. But we don't talk. I feel we don't talk about it enough. I feel that people avoid it because of the backlash. So that's just how I see it. I think people are avoidant of of talking about white supremacy and white privilege. I don't know why people avoid it, but it should be spoken about a shitload more.
only tourism, but it's so hard to explain right now.
Actually, I do know why people avoid it. What am I saying? They avoid it because white fragility is extremely violent. That's why.
So it's hard to watch, and we have to go through that border to also climb the Everest from the north side and Shishapangma, Choyu. So I've been this region few years, and it's a really difficult situation right now, and I think we never saw like this before. And also this is kind of a it's been really changing the past few years because it's even last 2024 there was a big glacier burst, and they wiped away the village of Tame village. So that was this not that at this big, but it also become very dangerous on mountain
Decolonizing is a process, especially if you're the colonizer.
regions.
I was going to ask you about that because you know the terrain so well and you know the environment and the mountains there, and you've been over many years. Do you feel that the environment has been changing?
Yeah, I think it's been
Oh my
changed. I've been
Ah.
guiding and going this way past
Old
10 years.
Hal Ooh Hootin'. Hoot hoot.
But I think it's
I just made that song up, by the way.
changing a lot. I think every year
I hope you
the
like it.
rivers kind of melting, the glacier lake are bursting, and also I think it's a lot of in the on the even on the mountain the weather is kind of melting too fast. That's kind of makes the lot of unusual glacier lakes, and then
So talented. I like it more than Fragility. It's good to have you here, old Al Hooten. Always.
later it's burst after around similar year. And this time of the year we always have a lot of floods in our country. You know, like around September, and also it's kind of I haven't seen this before like few years, but it's been recent years we kind of like see a lot of floods and especially the glacier burst, and it's kind of affect a lot of our community, mountain people, and also whole Nepal because we rely on the tourism.
Of course. And what will be the biggest challenges, do you think, for rescue teams in coming days?
I think the Nepal, I think it's been really active. The Nepal police and army and everybody who are on the rescue mission are really helping right now because this is on the steep mountain and it's on the really difficult. So also a lot of mountain guides, the community from mountaineering like IFMJ mountain guides, Himalayan rescue, who are doing a long line helicopter. Also, they are very actively guiding, and especially also all the community came out, and also from many different association they are helping out. So the hardest part is there are a lot of steep sections and cliff. It's in the gorge, so it's kind of really difficult just to with limited resource in
Yeah,
Nepal.
and as we've been seeing, and you've been saying, much of the devastated area now really only accessible by helicopter, which makes things doubly hard. Well, Dawa Yangzum Sherpa, Nepalese mountain guide, thank you very much indeed for your insight. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thanks.
Okay. I'll keep following this. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see if there's new footage, updates on the death toll, missing, etc. I'm sure it'll get updated pretty often. So we'll definitely keep track of that one. But don't forget about this, guys. This is fucking just crazy. So many disasters. So many different disasters happening at the same time. And then you have this in Indonesia right now.
Jessica Washington reports from West Kalimantan.
The island of Borneo, often called the lungs of the world, now blanketed in smoke as fires scorch Indonesia, affecting regions from the east to the west. The worst hit area is West Kalimantan on Borneo. Close to 40,000 hectares have been burned.
Crews here told us that they're grappling with difficult conditions. The fire spreads quickly through the dried up peatland. They're also grappling with water shortages and haze hampering visibility.
Classical Gas.
Anas, a volunteer firefighter, says he works from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. After weeks battling the flames, he's exhausted, but he says he's determined to keep going.
It is much worse than previous years. The fires are far from water sources, our equipment is inadequate, and there are limits on logistics and fuel.
The El Niño weather pattern has worsened dry conditions. This week, police arrested dozens of people suspected of starting fires to clear farmland. Health workers are also busy. Tens of thousands of people have fallen ill from the smoke. The thick haze has even spread to neighbouring countries, including Malaysia. Air pollution has reached hazardous levels, the sky a murky grey. At this clinic, most of the patients are young children with respiratory issues like severe coughs and shortness of breath. Others say their eyes are itchy and sore from the ash.
In a situation like this, for vulnerable groups, it can be life-threatening. Shortness of breath is what we are most concerned about. Even the nurses and other health workers have started experiencing health issues, like coughing.
Siti says her 2 children have been unwell for weeks with fever, coughs and diarrhea.
The haze is disturbing. A large amount of ash keeps coming.
Oh, nice, Lava. Work from home. Nice. WFH. Love it.
Into the house.
How are you,
I sweep
Lava?
it up, but then there's still more ash. The haze also makes our eyes sting.
She shares the same concerns as many parents here. Their children are out of school with lessons moved online, and they're choking on the air around them. Each day, she says, it's becoming harder to breathe. Jessica Washington, Al Jazeera, West Kalimantan, Indonesia.
Okay, so there's the climate disasters. Strike happening next week, so a lot of organizing. Good on you. I'd love to hear more about the strike as you have more information, Lava. Anything you can share about it, I'm happy to talk about it and, amplify. So let me know. As there are these climate disasters happening, there's also war raging in a number of places. One of the least talked about areas is Sudan. And so today we're going to spend a bit of time understanding and talking about Sudan because just note that America just prescribed Palestine Action, which isn't even an organized group, really. Palestine Action in the UK, they prescribed that group as a terrorist organization, an international terrorist organization. And yet, the US still have not prescribed the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, who have murdered so many fucking people. At one stage in El Fasher, you could see blood, pools of blood from space. And the RSF, no prescription, I think they've sanctioned a couple of individuals. No consequences for the UAE, who's arming the RSF. This is how you know that our global system is a cartel. It's about interests and who serves those interests. The RSF is serving Western interests, whereas Palestine Action is threatening Western interests by peacefully protesting, with direct action, with red paint. So you can see like the hypocrisy in Western morality every day now. And I think this is why the wheels have fallen off Western hegemony, is they can't hide it anymore. It's too much. It's too far in the open. We see it all the time. And this is a great example of the hypocrisy of the West.
I think to see Sudan in isolation is willful ignorance. And I think that we live in a time where people don't want to engage. Seeing Sudan as a far-flung conflict is a very convenient way to approach it.
The West watches on as the war in Sudan continues to cause untold misery and suffering. And this is why. Hello, I'm Dominic Waghorn, and on this special edition of This Is Why, we're going to return to a conflict that just doesn't get the same kind of attention as other wars, those wars in Ukraine and the Middle East that we've heard so much about, but actually is arguably even more catastrophic. The war in Sudan has claimed up to 1 million lives. It's displaced 15 million people, and 25 million people are left without food because this war is going on and on. So why, if the numbers are so staggering,
Kia ora,
is this war
Amelia.
not getting the
Kia ora.
attention, the kind of attention it deserves, and why is not enough being done to stop it? Glad to say that we have Yusra El-Bagir, who's Sky's Africa correspondent here in London, but also just back from Sudan. So Yusra, great to have
Welcome,
you on. We're
Amelia.
going to look into
Good to see you.
how this war began, why it is so big, why don't enough of us know enough about it. But But first of all, give us an update on what you found in your latest trip there.
So this was our 9th trip in just over 3 years in Sudan, but also on the borders of Darfur. And I think I'm always blown away by how relentless the war is, just unabating. It's this constant drum of violence from morning to night. People are dealing with it every moment of their day. They're waking up, there's no power, there are drones overhead, their kids go to school, they're terrified about their kids going to school. Then you've got 8 million children who are out of school, not getting any sort of education for over 3 years, and it's just
8 million children out of school.
this catch-22 of either you try and regain some sense of normalcy and go about your life as you would and deal with that constant violence, or you halt it and you stop your life and you're completely at the mercy of the violence. So it's sad to see that things are still going on with such fervor, with such, intensity.
So the people of Sudan are getting used to this war. It's more than 3 years old. But I think those of us outside of Sudan are sort of getting used to the idea that it's happening, but sort of kind of coming to terms with the fact that we don't know enough about it. So I think a lot of people listening and watching probably don't know how this began, how this massive war that we're learning more and more about, how did it actually begin in the first place? Who is fighting it? And what kind of scale is this war being waged on now?
It started on a sleepy Saturday morning in Ramadan, April 2023, and we'd all heard that there were these simmering tensions between the Sudanese armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces. So the rapid support forces have been an auxiliary of the army for a very long time. Since the genocide in Darfur in the early 2000s, those Janjaweed militias came to form the rapid support forces. They were a border force. They were even, working with the European Union to crack down on illegal migration. And in 2017, that group of militias was formalized in Sudanese parliament.
So who is fighting it now? Just boil it down to the personalities, and why are they fighting it?
So there was a power struggle between the head of the army, General Abdel Fattah Burhan, and the head of the RSF, Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, also known as Hemeti. The army wanted to absorb the RSF formally into the armed forces, and the RSF had been making money, or Hemeti had been making money as a militia for hire. They fought with the United Arab Emirates or for the United Arab Emirates in Yemen. So it was a no-brainer. I mean, mediators were dealing with the army saying, we need the RSF to be absorbed into the armed forces in 2 years, and Hemeti turning around and saying 10 years. So it was a complete deadlock. And then that erupted into explosions, gunfire in the capital on a Saturday morning when Hemeti's forces wanted to take control of the capital, and they held it for 2 years before the army could reclaim it.
And it has descended or escalated, month by month since then into this absolutely massive, catastrophic war. Give us a sense of the scale of this, because I've worked out, if we're looking at that number of, 15 million people displaced, that is the population, the entire population of London, Kent, Surrey and Sussex getting up and deciding that it's just too dangerous to live where you are and running for their lives, literally.
And more than once. Many more than once.
And on a much bigger area.
Exactly. People flee to sanctuary cities. So we saw this from the beginning of the war. Many sanctuary cities fell. So Al Fashir was a sanctuary city for people who had been displaced. They then had to move somewhere else. Madani in the center of the country was also a sanctuary city. All the INGOs and the humanitarian bodies moved to Madani, and then it was captured by the RSF. So we're looking at scale, but we're also looking at intensity. So people dealing with displacement once, twice, 3 times, and going to places that are unsafe. We moved through the country, and as we were leaving cities that are booming, Adbara is now the kind of gold hub of the country. A drone hit the morning that we were leaving to move northeast to leave from Port Sudan. So there's nowhere in Sudan that's safe right now. There are places of relative safety, and even then that safety is fleeting.
So you don't know, if you're living in one city that's been safe to now, whether it could be the next Al Fashir. And Al Fashir, for people who don't know, was a city about a year ago, wasn't it? It was surrounded by the RSF, and they kind of built a sand berm around most of it, didn't they? And then they kind of contained the people in it and went in and killed, men, women and children, everyone they could find.
Yeah.
Aid workers, humanitarian workers, and the death toll, which is, up to 60,000 people. You're Sudanese. How do you feel about that?
When I think of the war in terms of how it's been dealt with in sort of the public imagination outside of Sudan, where it's an unavoidable reality, I always think of the word inconvenient. Sudan's war is an inconvenient war. It's inconvenient for people who have limited empathy, limited attention span, and can only deal with one or two conflicts at a time. And I always tell people it's no coincidence that there was this domino effect, that the impunity of Putin encourages the impunity of a man like Hemeti. The impunity of a man like Hemeti encourages armed groups across the Middle East and North Africa it's contagious. I think to see Sudan in isolation is willful ignorance. And I think that we live in a time where people don't want to engage in a way that is meaningful because of, one, how exhausting it is, but because also cost of living crisis. So much is going on. And I think seeing Sudan as a far-flung conflict is a very convenient way to approach it.
I mean, you've done more, I think, than most journalists to keep it in the public eye with these trips when you're going back, and you've highlighted so powerfully the courage and the kind of nobility and dignity of the people that you're meeting. So who have you spoken to on this latest trip, and what have you learned from what's going on in El Obeid?
This is the last stretch of road before we get to El Obeid, and there is a complete shift in the comfort level. We're seeing very few cars on the road, very few people, because even though this is a key supply route for the army, the RSF are known to operate a surveillance drone that patrols this territory and launches missiles at military vehicles, fuel tankers, and even trucks carrying aid.
Hey, can I ask, chat, whether you've seen any of the videos of the RSF, especially in El Fasher? Have you watched what the RSF has done? Like the executions and just the mass graves and all of this. I think if you haven't seen it, you should think about it. It's not easy to watch, right? A little bit, but not much coverage in the West. So the videos are available on X. I've reposted a shitload of them in the past, but there's so much coverage on it. There's so many videos about this, about just the cold-blooded executions of all of these Sudanese people. I think if you have the stomach for it, you should see just how evil this stuff is, and you should see how not just evil, but also what the West isn't prescribing as terrorism, right? So it's good, I think, for you guys to get a context on what the West can tolerate and what the West can't. If you still feel that there is some like moral clarity in Western leadership, if you think that the West can hang on to some level of moral clarity because, it's the West, you should just see what these fucking RSF people did, how they mass murdered, and what the West isn't prescribing as a terrorist organization. And what the West is, who the West is prescribing as terrorists. Like it should blow your mind. And Khani was celebrating a free trade agreement with the UAE just recently. The Canadian Prime Minister. And how can you make a deal with the UAE when the UAE is obviously providing weapons to the RSF? If Canada didn't agree with what was happening, right? So I think it's really good to start deconstructing all of those models that, these countries are just, or these countries are doing things in the pursuit of progress, in the pursuit of equality, equity, and diversity. They're not. This is a continuation of white supremacy and that colonial model of oppression over there is fine if it is serving my interest. So yeah, it's you should witness those things, because I think once your eyes are opened, I've not seen any of what is going on there only heard bits, but the way things are, not surprising, it's horrible. Oh, these executions are, it's insane just how, and the thing about Sudan is there is a racial hierarchy that's being created. So there's the Arabs, and then there are the black people, right? Like, so there are the darker skinned people in Sudan are the most oppressed. So even there, the skin tones make a difference. Man, Africa is fascinating, horrific, diverse. It's everything. If you ever have a chance to dig a little bit deeper, I did a few panels on Sudan, and obviously a shitload of emotions. I think it's more than colorism. I think it's Afrophobia. Old Al Hooten. There is an embedded Afrophobia within African society. So what's happening right now in South Africa, that's Afrophobia. It's not just plain old xenophobia, it's Afrophobia. So there is a lot of that in Africa, and Sudan is a really, really good example of that. And these people, these black people in Sudan are so oppressed, and it's horrific, man, what they do to them. And the videos, fuck, they will change the way you think about war, honestly. Just the most horrific shit.
My husband was killed while I was 4 months pregnant. Killed in this war. We have been suffering since the day we arrived. We don't have anything. I don't have a bed. I don't have a pan. I don't have a bucket. I don't have any food.
Going to Al-Ubaid, someone described it, commenting on one of our reports, the unyielding city. It's a city that has endured the longest ground siege in Sudan's war, a period of 2 years and 8.5 months. It's come out of that partially. Half of the siege has been lifted in the north and the east. And they've come out of this incredibly tough time, and yet they still have to deal with an aerial siege. They still have to deal with drones, RSF drones hitting water station, the power station. And there's so much suffering there. People have held on for so long.
Yes, you're exactly right, Rose. It's not that they are created. This quasi-racialization based on colorism, lookism, featureism, texturism has existed for centuries now throughout the Sahel, imposed by the white Arabs and what's that word? And imagined against and implemented against the black non-Arabized population. Yeah. So there is this Arabized population. In Morocco, I was so shocked hearing Africans call other Africans the N-word with the hard R in the bad way. Like, bruh, we're North African, different from them, they'd say. Yeah, exactly. So there is like the social stratification that exists in Sudan. There are so many different tribes, so many different areas with like indigenous communities for those areas. Did you see a Palestinian from Gaza got accepted to move to Scotland and is trying now to get into a university in Scotland? Oh, no, I didn't, Toffee. I'd love to know who that is. That's amazing. How do you pronounce it? Imazian.
And the doctors that we were meeting who chose to stay, those routes are open now. They can leave, but they're choosing to operate using generators that run out of fuel. They're choosing to care for people when the emergency
I want a
is
kafia kill.
out,
Nice.
when the power is out.
You know, when there is bombing, the citizens from the market go to their homes, to their houses. But the staff, the medical staff from their houses come to the hospital.
Thank you, Toffee.
Because they want to save lives.
I think the courage and the resilience and the generosity we've seen across the board, that is where I have faith in the Sudanese spirit and our ability to take care of each other. And that's happening while the world looks away, right? So we meet people and they don't expect anyone to come and save them. They don't expect Hemeti to be, arrested by the International Court and sent to The Hague. They don't even expect al-Bashir, who's in Sudan, to be extradited. They are getting on with it.
Al-Obeid is full of child survivors. Mesa was in her final year of secondary school when an RSF shell hit the building and killed her classmates. It's become normal for me, she says. Yes, it was a tragedy, but it's what...
Mauritania, for example, is a black majority country, but it's minority led by Arab and Amazi people. Amazi. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. If you can help me with that pronunciation, that would be great. The black Africans are protesting to get their languages nationalized. I wouldn't be surprised if Mauritania can be described as an apartheid state, but it's definitely an ethno-state. Yeah. The Arabization of Africa is a subject in itself. The Arabization of Africa is definitely a subject that we should look at some stage and understand.
God wanted for me, and I accept my fate.
We joined because if there's nothing to do, we might as well die for the homeland. If you stay home, you die. If you go and fight, you die. So better to enlist and die.
I mean, that war tends to then normalise people. People
Fuck,
get used to the war and they
stark, man.
become inured to it. Is that depressing to watch for you?
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to see teenagers, young people, deal with these choices and face the futility of life in the times of war. And I think, we speak to so many people who've lost loved ones, people who are going through, the teenager who joined the armed forces, his sister had her leg amputated from an RSF shell landing on her school. She was able to, or she says she was able to accept it, and she says she wants to study nursing to become like the nurses who helped her. So she's choosing a path from what happened to her, and he's not able to accept it, and he's chosen to take up arms and join a fight that he sees as futile and has said to me, I would have never wanted to join the military, but feels compelled to. So one of the things for us was sharing how war mutates the trajectory of a child or a teenager and how they have to go down paths that no one should ever have to.
What's it like for you, though, Yusra? I mean, you're watching...
So, like, Amazer, okay.
Country...
Amazer.
Your homeland just falling apart, disintegrating in a way that's hard to see it recovering from. We watched you last year.
Oh my God, Canada's CBC instructs staff not to call 9/11 a terrorist attack in news coverage. What? Oh my gosh. Canada's CBC instructs staff not to call 9/11 a terrorist attack in news coverage. I think this is a wider story. Hold on. Blame Canada? Oh my gosh. Canada, what's going on with you? Oh shit, it's real. I love it. Oh my gosh. I used to be a lowly staff for CBC, and I'm surprised if this is real. They're so right-wing. Call it what it is, blowback. Oh my gosh. Puts tinfoil cap back on. I think it's really important to understand that the Western definition or the way the West uses the word terrorist or terrorism is as a tool of a tool of violence. For example, prescribing Palestine action. It is obviously Palestine Action is it's a protest organization, and they've done nothing that has made them deserve that prescription. But they use it. It's weaponized by the West. It's weaponized because they control the financial institutions and so many other institutions that can really bring pain on people who are prescribed. So they use it as often as possible in order to in order to, I guess, in a way, exile people and organizations away from just everyday society. It's not in good faith. So if this is real, like, oh my gosh, Canada, the fuck? What's going on? What's in the water?
I think going back to your family home in tears as you saw what was left of it.
Yeah.
But also we've seen you report the most courage and composure, I have to say, and maintaining your sort of professionalism. But how difficult is it to do that when you go back to this place that must mean so much to you?
The intimacy is in the fact that I see that it could be me, you know, reporting on those school children. I remember singing the national anthem at some assemblies when I was in school in Sudan for 8 years. And it's crazy to think how your life can take a different route. And when we left, I actually said to the team, now you see why people get on small boats. Now you see why our parents went into exile. It's eye-opening.
You still wear your I Am Hamas t-shirt? What the fuck? Why? Chris, first they came for, and we did nothing. Then they came for, yeah. Now Antifa, the U.S. citizens are the terrorists, yeah. NSPM, I think NSPM is the new, is that law that they've created to basically label American civilians terrorists. I need oh my God, we need a Hormuzzi t-shirt. Grab him by the Hormuzzi. Oh my gosh. It's used to manufacture consent for wars or sanctions as well. Yeah.
Every trip for me, I come away, one, feeling very sad. The sadness is there, but I also feel deeply reminded of why I do this job and the fact that I have the privilege to go and to cover their stories and that I am not at the mercy of the war.
Let's move on to what can be done about it. And we've done a fair amount on it this week, actually, looking at what powers are involved and why, and what they're saying about it. So this week we've looked at the fact that the UAE appears to be involved. You've done some work producing evidence with someone who was within the RSF, but also almost on a weekly basis, there's more evidence showing that what the UAE claims is not happening, is happening, which is they're funneling in weapons, they're funneling in guns, armoured vehicles, drones as well, which are very useful if you're trying to hunt down civilians and your enemy. And they're doing that to the RSF, as you say, a group that's accused and have been found guilty, really, of genocide. Now, the UAE says it's not involved, and Britain has kind of not questioned that. But evidence sort of has emerged this week and in the last few weeks from a human rights researcher in Yale who said he went to the Foreign Office with evidence that his group had gathered showing that the UAE is involved, effectively telecommunications and other signal intelligence. And British Foreign Office officials said, well, we can't publish that ourselves. We'd rather you did. And he said, well, surely you can. And you've got MI6, you've got GCHQ, presumably gathering similar evidence. Can't you put it out in the public domain? And they said, no, we can't because we're afraid of economic reprisals, which I think is close as we've got yet to Britain being sort of effectively accused of turning a blind eye to what effectively is helping genocide. Is there a tide now moving sort of towards the UAE having to admit that it's involved and to Britain having to do more to pressurise its very close ally, the United Arab Emirates, to do less and be less involved in this war?
I think that we are now treating the UAE's military support of the Rapid Support Forces as reported fact. But I think their approach will be deny till you die. I don't think that they're going to turn around and acknowledge their involvement at all. And I think they've bought the silence of Western countries and they feel comfortable in that. So I don't believe that they are waiting for, the penny to drop in any way. And I also think that they've seen Israel's impunity and they feel as entitled to it as Israel. I was speaking to someone recently about the UAE and they said, Hemeti is their guy. And it's as simple as that.
No quote better describes how the West acts than Fidel. You strangle us for 40 years and then criticize us for the way we breathe.
He was their guy in Yemen. He's proven that he's capable of taking the capital and holding the capital. What I think will be interesting is how these RSF defections are going to impact his show of force and his ability to carry out their needs and wishes on the ground. We've seen RSF commanders of great weight who come with their own militias and their own forces because it's so tribal. So one commander will have his whole hometown and his whole home region as a fighting force. And so these defections are really the army's Burhan's strategy to denegate the RSF to the point where they lose enough personnel to be defeated. When I was on the ground, I kept hearing from people who are covering the war, but also closely, watching the war, working around it, that the RSF has a lot of military equipment that they get from the UAE, but not enough personnel. So that is where there is a shift. And I think the UAE is watching closely with concern. If this is where Al-Ubaid becomes even more of a critical battleground, because if the RSF prove that they can regain the territory that they've lost to the army to the north and the east of Al-Ubaid, then they can prove that they're worth their weight.
I mean, we have to say the Foreign Office say that they are working towards a ceasefire. They're trying to do what they can to ease the humanitarian situation. They say that no country should be supporting any armed group in Sudan, and they're doing what they can behind the scenes to make things better. But it does sound disingenuous, doesn't it, when it seems pretty clear that a very close ally of Britain is directly involved in this war, and there's more and more evidence of that. I guess the other thing we have to say is it's not just the UAE on the side of the RSF, is it? The Saudis are involved supporting their enemies.
Yeah, Turkey.
Turkey is, Egypt as well.
Thank you.
And I guess the concern is that it's a proxy war. The more that these outside powers get involved for whatever reasons, whether it's gold or just geopolitical reasons, the longer this war is just going to go on and on and on.
Yeah. I mean, I spoke to policymakers last year in Europe who seemed to have quite a disconcerting approach, where they felt that the RSF was in the embrace of their ally, the UAE, as opposed to Russia or China. But my point consistently is that you are then pushing the Sunni state deeper into their relationships with countries that are seen as enemies or hostile. And these resources, I mean, the Sunni state has long leveraged our resources for political power, for bilateral kind of relationships that are militarily beneficial. It's always about military support. It's always about defense. And it's
Oh my gosh. Apparently this is a Ho Chi Minh quote. Can you guys just check it for me? So this is a Ho Chi Minh quote. Just check it for me. Ho Chi Minh said, "It was patriotism, not communism, that inspired me." I'm going to put this in chat. I want independent reviews of this. Like I said, guys, it's important to understand that Ho Chi Minh was a Vietnamese man whose people were being deeply oppressed by the French. PBS says it's true. You see? I hate it when people say, "Oh, Ho Chi Minh, he was a communist." Just to instantly just like default him to a communist. This is why I say again and again, guys, like, it doesn't matter how many times you read the Communist Manifesto, you will not understand Ho Chi Minh's real drivers. To him, communism was a tool. It wasn't who he was. It wasn't like his whole identity, which is what I think a lot of leftists make the mistake of thinking like communism was everything to these people. Ho Chi Minh was a Vietnamese man who grew up under the boot of French colonialism. In you just have to by default understand that you will never ever truly grasp Ho Chi Minh's experience. You won't. No matter how many times you read the Communist Manifesto, he was so much more than just a communist. He was a deeply oppressed man who wanted to break his chains. It comes with Ho Chi Minh's 1960 essay, The Path Which Led Me to Leninism. As long as there is no but. Oh my gosh, Chris. But I think you guys understand, right? Like, these things are just tools. These are tools. Communism, Marxism, Leninism, these are tools that Ho Chi Minh may have, used. But they don't describe Ho Chi Minh completely. Ho Chi Minh was a Vietnamese man who grew up in a moment in time when France was average JLP fan. Thank you so much for the follow. He grew up in a moment when France was violently oppressing Vietnamese people. And I think we need to keep that in mind. Because communism, Leninism don't fully explain who this man truly was.
For me, I'm almost like, you've made your bed. We've been warning, we've been talking about this from the very early days. I actually remember in that first year feeling the deals being made. You can feel the shift. You can feel the sort of ominous warmongering of seeing people go for meetings and seeing people fly into different countries and know that deals are being made to make money off this war. And those deals are bearing fruit. And a country like Saudi is a key backer for Sudan and the Sudanese military, and they will get as much as they need from this war. But that will also drive the UAE to dig in their heels and support the RSF because of the competition between the two.
And are people there in any sense hopeful? Have they given up hope? Do they think, like you, this war is going to go on forever? Or is there a sense that, maybe at some point there is a light at the end of the tunnel?
I think people have hope. I think the hope is in the form of faith. And that's where you see the constant fatalism of this is what God
Who is this guy? Who was the average JLP fan? I don't know who that was.
Once. I think that's how people kind of get through every moment and get through the day, is that whatever is written will come to be. They're literally dealing with every moment at a time, and their hope is in survival. And they believe through what's happened over the last more than 3 years that they can at least rely on each other.
Isra, thank you so much for coming in. It's been fascinating talking to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dom.
And of course, you can watch all of Yusra's extraordinary reporting from Sudan, both now and in the past, on the Sky News app and on YouTube.
A Jordan Peterson nut rider, I assume. Oh, is that what? I don't know, but Jesse Lee Peterson fan was gonna say anything with, who's Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't know who that is. I don't know who Jesse Lee Peterson is. Is that Jordan Peterson's like dad or something? Rightio. Oh, we've seen this. Let's move on to some more wrong bigot. My bad. Yeah, there are many.
We're doing things.
Trump renamed Lake Ontario to Lake America. Everybody. Well, he signed an order, a fucking whatever presidential order. Oh my gosh. He signed a presidential order and yeah, lakes can have two names. Hey Matt, he got a lake, a gulf, now just needs an ocean. Yeah, and a big hole in the ground. Okay, Trump renames Lake Ontario as Lake America.
We're doing things that nobody's ever done before, but the stock market just hit 81 times in a short year and a half period. It's just hit its all-time high again. I want to congratulate Darlene Graham on her tremendous victory on Tuesday night, and she's sailing now. She's really doing great. She's still got to run against a radical left lunatic, and the South Carolina people are not going to stand for that. I know South Carolina very well. I won it every time by record numbers, have the all-time record by millions of votes. But I just want to congratulate Darlene for having run really a great race, and she's going to be a great senator, and the people love her. There's something about her that's very special. She's got a little Lindsay in there somewhere, got good genetics. So Lindsay's looking down very, very happy and very proud of her sister. So congratulations, Darlene.
You got her bass last time.
It's the purpose of this.
The Dow, everybody! The Dow is screaming.
Ontario, effective immediately to Lake America. That's going to take place right now as I sign the order. Do you have anything to say about it, Ben?
Yes, sir. So this is a straightforward but important executive order. It directs Secretary Burgum and the Department of the Interior to update the Geographic Names Information Service to reflect that the lake once known as Lake Ontario will, from this day forward, be known as Lake America. This is a lake that has most of its volume in the United States. The deepest parts of the lake sit in United States territory, so this will reflect that this is an American lake.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, the scratches! The scratch!
Thank you very much.
Oh,
and we
my
filed all the
goodness.
necessary papers, documents, everything else. We notified all of the various people that we have to notify. So we've done everything that you have to do. And this is official, effective immediately. Do you have any questions, anybody?
Mr. President.
Yes.
El Presidente.
Yesterday, you crossing out Lake Ontario and writing Lake America. It's been seen by about 30 million people, maybe more, across all the social media platforms. What message are you sending to Canada with this move today, and why was this such an important thing
Well, it's an interesting question. No message. As you know, Canada's been ripping us off for a long time on trade, very sadly. Even the military, you know, we defend Canada for nothing. We don't get anything. They don't pay us to defend Canada, but we defend Canada. And they understand that. As an example, we bought icebreakers. They'd like to use them. We have 11 brand new icebreakers coming in. They'd like to use the icebreakers. They don't.
So this is Mark Carney's statement. Well, Canada's statement. Oh, yeah, Carney's statement. Ontario Carney statement. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Did I save it? Please tell me I saved it. Mother trucker. I didn't save it. I'll find it.
Pay for anything. And they want to be treated like a state, but they're not a state. But they want to be treated like they're a state. And so we just can't do that anymore. We lose on average over the last 15 years, $60 billion a year carrying Canada. So we just can't do it anymore. We love the people of Canada. I don't think their representatives do an appropriate job. Maybe they'll change. I really don't know. I mean, it doesn't make much difference. But we can't let the whole Canadian thing has been going on for decades, and it has to come to a stop. So we're going to be doing tariffs on their cars that are coming in at a substantial level, because we want to make the cars here. We don't want, if they can make their own cars if they want, and they can continue to make their cars for Canada, but we don't want them to make cars for the United States of America. It's very simple. Likewise, many other products. So the lake change, Lake of America, was something I've been thinking about for a long
The Lake of America, everybody.
time, actually. As you know, we took something called the Gulf of
He's really trying to distract from the shit show that is Iran, eh?
Mexico. We changed it, and now it's very routinely the Gulf of America.
Reopening.
So if you think about it, we have a Gulf and we have a lake. Now all we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the Atlantic and or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both.
Why are you so focused on doing things like this towards America's allies instead of doing things that...
Well, they haven't treated us well. The Canadian officials have treated us very badly. They're nasty people. They charge our farmers 400% tariffs. They've been doing it for a long time. And I had them figured out in my first term, and I did some pretty strong things and had it getting pretty good. And then
My eyes, he's an absolute jackass. My eyes, where's my dinky blockers? Which is the distraction from Epstein, which is a distraction from, it goes on and on. Yeah. Yes. It's all a fucking distraction.
The election was rigged, and now I'm coming back and doing it the way and finishing the job. But they treat us very badly. Canada treats us very badly. I would say that of all countries, as you know, we have President Xi coming in a couple of weeks. We deal with a lot of people. And people oftentimes, they'll ask me, who's the worst to deal with on trade? And I said, that's easy, Canada. They are the worst to trade. And they feel entitled, and just we can't have that.
We should not have to entertain and endure the same world he believes to be true. Ask him, Mr. President, what the actual fuck are you talking about? I think journalists let him get away with so much. It just enables his bullshit. Because if journalists ask him real questions, he'll just ban them from going into like these press reviews, into these press meetings. So they don't ask him any hard-hitting questions. They're just too fucking scared.
President Ted Cruz keeps teasing a 2020 presidential run. You've run against him for president. Do you think he could be president? What's your reaction to that?
You say he's going to run? Or?
He's teasing a 20. He's talking about it.
You don't mean 2020, but you mean...
2028.
Yeah. I would say that he's very talented. He's a very good friend of mine. I think he might do that, yeah.
Mr. President,
He's a talented guy.
Mr. President, what is the reaction?
What would you say to those who are concerned a trade dispute with Canada could affect American affordability ahead of midterms?
Well, ultimately, it's going to be very good for us because we're losing.
There is no way he thinks Ted Cruz is a good option. If Ted Cruz runs, and let's just assume Trump runs for his third presidential term, I think he's going to rip Ted Cruz another one. Ted Cruz is going to get so much shit. Yeah, Donnie, he can't run in 2020 because that already happened. He's a selfish toddler that everyone seems to be afraid of. Again, what the fuck?
When you talk about affordability, we're losing $62 billion a year on average with Canada. And if you really look at it, we're losing more than that. It's too much. It's too much. We can't lose that. We don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose it anymore.
I found it, folks. I found it. Canada PM, the Prime Minister of Canada. The name Lake Ontario comes from the Wendat word Ontario, which appropriately means the lake is beautiful, the lake is big. The name is more than 400 years old, predating both the Confederation of Canada and the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. We know that America is changing. Their trading relationships, their foreign policies, their national monuments, their hydronyms. What the fuck is a hydronym? Like names of waterways? Canadians also know that naming reality means calling it Lake Ontario. Then, now, and always. Oh, Makani! Big, beautiful lake. I love it. I love it. Throw those punches. Let's go, Mark. Take those gloves off, buddy. This is not the time to be a sack of shit. Do something.
Agreed or committed to not attacking a NATO territory.
You can't colonize the naming of our lakes. Only we can.
Had good talks with them.
Names
He's not
for
gonna be
bodies of
attacking
water. I see.
A NATO territory.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court earlier this week ruled on mail-in ballots, and there are states like North Carolina that have ballots that go out next week. How are states supposed to implement this?
Well, they're able to. North Carolina's great. It's a great place. I won it all 3 times. They do some mail-in ballots, but basically they ruled on the legitimacy and the way we want to make them legitimate. And it was a great ruling for the Republican.
Why do you keep voting by mail, sir? You say it's a concern.
Deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO territory during his...
Well, I don't want to comment on that, but they're not going to attack.
What's your reaction to the Americans missing in Nepal?
Oh, it's terrible. No, and we've called Nepal and we've offered any help that they need. You know, we have a very good relationship with Nepal, and that was a brutal. That wasn't just that was mud and water as a mixture. Nobody's ever seen anything quite like that. We're very powerful, strong. You know, strong, well-built buildings were wiped out like they were toothpicks. That's a terrible thing. No, we are sending aid. And we've spoken to the leadership, and we let them know anything they want, we'll have. And there were 50, maybe 60 Americans over there. We haven't gotten the full list yet, but hopefully they're okay. But that looked that looks like something that people will not be, somebody will be lost, unfortunately.
There is reports that Vladimir Putin is meeting with the president of Iran to talk about a nuclear agreement next week. Is there concern in the administration, in the White House, that these countries aren't taking economic D-Day seriously, that they're going to continue doing business with Iran despite the warnings?
No, Iran is right now, they're not paying their troops. They're in deep trouble. They have very little capacity. Last night we took 24 boats through the strait. We're taking them through all the time. I say it very openly. It doesn't mean we're finished with the military, but we are, the strait is open, as you know. The Strait of Hormuz is open. We have control, and we have the blockade. Iran's not getting anything. Nothing is going through. Not one ship has gotten through.
Will you punish Putin or Russia if they continue
Well, it
to do
depends.
business
It depends.
with
So
Iran?
far, I think Russia's behaved quite well, having to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to understand, for everything they do, we do also. You know, somebody was saying about China, what about China? We hear they're spying. We spy on them too. That's the way it goes.
Why not sanction Chinese banks, though, who are doing business?
Well, who said I'm not? You said, why not? I mean, who said I'm not? You don't know if I'm doing it. Well,
Oh, that's a soft spot. Oh my gosh. That is a soft spot for Trumpy. Don't call him out on not having the balls to do anything on China. Yeah, I think this one is really getting to him. People asking him about China is going to fuck him up because he knows he's not going to do shit.
I don't have to announce everything, do I?
Sir, about what other leaders have you spoken to about this pressure campaign to get them to cut off ties with Iran?
About Iran? There's not a lot to speak to. We don't want to speak to them. We're not looking to meet or anything. The strait is open. We're taking a lot of boats. Millions and millions of barrels of oil are coming out of the strait every day. Other countries recognize that. Every once in a while they shoot some, they put some shots out. We totally cleared the Strait of We have the best minesweepers in the world. They're underwater minesweepers. And we've totally cleared the Strait of mines. And we're watching very closely through Space Force, which is one of my things, one of my many things. But we're watching, we see every inch of the strait. And any boat goes in with a mine, we see it, and we take it out. We've taken out 2 of them. Thank you. So I'll be going to Texas, and we're working very hard. We want to win that race. He's running against a man who should never be. We have a very good candidate, Ken Paxton, and he's running against Telefrica.
Chris. Micropene energy. Why, Chris? Chris, I'm trying to act my age, Chris. I'm trying to act my age. But when you type things like micropene energy, how can I not regress into childish banter? How? I am the victim. Here.
They call him, because he is a little freaky, and that's not a man that represents the value of Texas. So I'm going to help Ken Paxton, and I'm going to spend a lot of time in Texas. I have the all-time highest vote in the history of Texas also, and I'm going to spend some time there. We're going tonight. Some of you are going with me. Thank you very much, everybody.
Micropene energy is great. Honestly, it's so true. I do want to read this out to you guys, shared by one of the, a valued member of the noisy community, Reality's Lava. I don't know if I should have said that, but you shared it. I'm just going to say it. Alumni revolt over Israel. 450 Sydney Uni staff and graduates demand convocation meeting. Signatories accuse the university of a profound moral failure on Gaza in push for first mass meeting in over 3 decades. Woo! Nice, Lava, nice. More than 450 University of Sydney alumni and current staff have signed a letter calling for a mass meeting to discuss the university's ties to Israel amid concerns of a crackdown on free speech. The letter submitted to Chancellor David Thoday on Tuesday accused the university of failing to respond meaningfully on the ongoing genocide in Gaza, which it said represents a profound moral failure. The signatories, among them recipients of Australia AM and OAM honours, a former deputy vice chancellor and 2 politicians, are calling for a meeting of convocation, a body comprising alumni, staff, and members of the university's governing staff. Let's go! Let's go. Oh, yeah. Do it. Do it. Do it. Australia, mate. As well as the university's institutional ties to Israel, the letter noted an accelerating erosion of freedom of expression as a crisis warranting a convocation meeting. We want to give voice to the disquiet among staff and alumni and force the university to take this issue seriously. They can't keep sweeping an ongoing genocide under the rug. Dr. David Brophy, senior lecturer in history, told Deep Cut. 2 weeks to reply. Convocation meetings are common in universities as a means for alumni and staff to provide input into the institution's governance. The University of Western Australia and University of New England are among those that hold regular convocation meetings. The University of Sydney Amendment Act Rule 1999 requires convocation to hold at least one meeting in each year. The last meeting it held, however, was over 3 decades ago. What? 3 decades ago? Well, they dropped the ball on that one. Convocation is not a relic of a bygone age. Meetings were held as recently as the 90s, the letter read. According to the university's governing document, the chancellor has 14 days from the request to give notice of a meeting or until September 8th. If granted, the meeting is to be held within 28 days of the request or by September 22nd. This is great. I think it needs to, this is the kind of action that needs to happen around the world. Now is the time to like do more of this sort of action, you know? Now is the time to put pressure on institutions, organizations, corporations, all of them. Celebrities. It's not, the genocide's still going on, folks. Suppression of dissent. Campus atmosphere has remained tense since an anti-genocide student encampment was removed in 2024. The same year, University of Sydney management upgraded its CCTV system, installed additional cameras, and introduced restrictions on students setting up stalls. University staff also report being unfairly accused of anti-Semitism for protesting Israel's actions in Palestine, according to a statement from the letter's organizers. The statement claims that there has been a suppression of dissent in the wake of the 2024 pro-Palestine encampment. When asked about the allegations, the University of Sydney spokesperson said, "We remain strongly committed to academic freedom and freedom of speech balanced alongside our obligations to ensure the safety and well-being of our whole community." Many seem unconvinced. Jenny Leong, the state Green MP for Newton and a signatory of the letter, as a former University of Sydney Senate fellow, warned the university's reputation was at risk. The student experience beyond the classroom was something that used to be valued by the university, so now to see policies and practices that crack down on the rights of freedom of speech, association and assembly, and as well as attempting to silence pro-Palestinian and anti-genocide actions is cause for serious concern, she told Deep Cut. Refusal to cut Israeli ties. A key demand of the student encampment was for University of Sydney to cut institutional ties to Israel, in line with several European universities that have taken such a step. In February 2025, University of Sydney ended an exchange program with the Bezalel Academy of Arts in Israel, but insisted that recent advocacy against this student exchange had nothing to do with the university's decision. Our ties with Israeli and other institutions remain in place because we are committed to academic freedom, freedom of speech, and human rights as the university's central pillars. University of Sydney statement read at the time. Crazy to say that they are upholding freedom of speech and human rights when, one, they're cracking down on students, obviously a breach of freedom of speech, and two, Israel's committing genocide. What the fudge? University of Sydney's approach to Israel contrasts with its decision in June this year to boycott any research collaboration with Russia in response to its war in Ukraine. Yeah, the Russia situation is definitely showing the hypocrisy too, in a big way. The fact that the university recently decided to impose a ban on collaboration with Russia shows that the university is capable of firm measures in response to war crimes, Brophy said. Anti-Semitism definition condemned. The letter organizers drew attention to a significant New South Wales Supreme Court ruling this month that found criticism of Israel or Zionism did not constitute anti-Semitism. Justice Desmond Fagan was particularly scathing of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which includes criticism of Israel and Zionism and is favored by the pro-Israel lobby. Universities, Australia's 39 members, including University of Sydney, adopted a definition of anti-Semitism that drew on IHRA but was more explicit. Criticism of Israel can be anti-Semitic when it is grounded in harmful tropes, stereotypes, and assumptions, and when it calls for the elimination of the state of Israel. Substituting the word Zionist for Jew does not eliminate the possibility of speech being anti-Semitic, it reads. The definition was roundly condemned for its implication for free speech, with the Jewish Council of Australia calling it a dangerous and politicized definition of anti-Semitism which threatens academic freedom. University of Sydney, however, told a New South Wales parliamentary committee in July 2025 that it had included the controversial definition as part of the supplementary resources to its anti-racism statement and does not currently propose to amend the definition. That decision, however, is feeding the current backlash. There is no place for the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism on campuses or in any of our public institutions, Leong said. Criticism of the criminal actions of the Israeli government and the IDF, amounting to apartheid and genocide against the Palestinian people, should never be conflated with anti-Semitism, she added. This conflation is wrong, not only because it protects Israel from legitimate criticism, but also because it falsely identifies Jewish identity with the State of Israel, which is in itself an anti-Semitic trope. Woo! Woo! Let's go! Oh my goodness. This is so good. This is so good. Thank you for sharing. Oh my gosh. Yes, yes. More of this, please. More of this. More of this. This is exactly what we need. Across Australia and Aotearoa. This is great. Excellent stuff, guys. Excellent stuff. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep pushing. Pull all the strings. Every bit of leverage, use it. Because we do have to keep in mind, folks, that just because the media isn't reporting it, the genocide's still going on. So don't forget about it. We need to keep adding pressure. And this is a long-term pressure campaign, right? It may not be successful this year. It may not be successful next year. Maybe not even the year after that. But eventually, if we push hard enough and we keep fighting for justice, we will get it. And it's a global movement. Okay, let's get into this next subject. Thank you for sharing, by the way. Sorry, Lava. I didn't mean to. I didn't know if I should have said it was you who shared it or not. But noise. Apologies and noise. LOL, all good. All right, let's get into this next bit. CIA chief asked, of course, Lava. No worries at all. No worries at all. CIA chief asked Russia not to share intel with Iran during visit to Moscow. Looks like I stepped in lava. Chris!
Welcome back. We are learning new details about the potential purpose of CIA Director John Ratcliffe's secret trip to Moscow earlier this week. A U.S. official and an advisor to the Kremlin telling NBC News Director Ratcliffe met with Russia's top spy chief to ask that Moscow not share intelligence with Iran. Additionally, the Wall Street Journal, citing people briefed on the visit, reports Director Ratcliffe used the visit to deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO countries. NBC News has not confirmed that reporting, but both Washington and Moscow have been downplaying the visit. Yesterday, President Trump called the meeting semi-routine. Russia's director of the Foreign Intelligence Service similarly calling it a routine professional engagement. Today, President Trump was pressed about concerns Russian President Putin could attack a NATO country.
Has Vladimir Putin agreed or committed to not attacking a NATO territory?
I've had good talks with him. He's not going to be attacking a NATO territory.
Will Ratcliffe deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO territory during his...
Well, I don't want to comment on that, but they're not going to attack.
It comes amid renewed scrutiny about a munitions shortage facing the U.S. military due to the ongoing war against Iran, which will hit the 6-month mark tomorrow. Joining me now is NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Cubie. Court, thanks so much for being here. So tell us a little bit more about your reporting. What else was discussed in that meeting in Moscow?
Yeah, so this is reporting from our colleague Keir Simmons and myself and others. In fact, when John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, there were a number of different issues that they discussed, according to the officials who we spoke with. But one of them was Iran. And in fact, John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, specifically asked his essentially Russian counterpart, Sergei Narishkin, for Russia to stop sharing intelligence with Iran that could be used against the U.S. in this ongoing conflict there, and could also theoretically be used against commercial shipping and against U.S. allies there in the region. Now, for the Russian part, they said that they are not sharing intelligence, but acknowledge that there is a partnership between those two countries. But again, Kristen, that was not the only topic. The officials who we spoke with said that there were a number of different topics that were discussed in this. But as you said, President Trump has said, look, this was a semi-routine visit that they had. Kristen, the reality is John Ratcliffe this is, as far as we know, his first visit to Russia as the CIA director. And it is the most senior Trump administration official to visit that country again.
Honestly, like I go back to this. I think there is an issue of etiquette here. I think both these countries are stepping on each other's toes. From an intelligence perspective, I think America knows how effective Russian intelligence gathering has been for battlefields like in Iran and wider, right? I think this conversation was about that etiquette on how to conduct these operations. Maybe there was some leaked information that America wanted to share with Russia, but I don't think it's just one battlefield. I think it's all. I think this is starting to become all connected. You know, the front lines are starting to become very connected across a few different battlefields. So I think this is quite an important meeting in the scheme of things. I was really surprised that this happened, and it just kind of happened out of nowhere, and it was a bunch of people tracking planes that saw it. But it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't significant, you know. This is huge. I think far bigger than people are giving it the attention that it needs. It's huge, man. You don't just the CIA. Think about that. The CIA director just decided he was going to fly to fucking Moscow. Do you think that would have been small? There's no way this was just a, small exchange of things about one particular battlefield. This is I think there are some big indicators here that the battlefield might be expanding, or things are getting far bigger than these two powers would like. Whatever the case, it is significant.
As far as we know, during this administration.
Well, it's great reporting, Court, from you and the team. I want to ask you about something you and I have spent a lot of time discussing. Tomorrow marks the 6-month mark since the United States launched this war with Iran. Can you give us the overall state of play?
I mean, in some ways, it's a stalemate right now. The U.S. military continues to have more than 50,000 people there. There's more than 20 ships that are there. I mean, they are basically enforcing the blockade, but there are more ships there than are needed to enforce a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, Kristen. The U.S. could really do that with a couple of destroyer squadrons, and instead the U.S. has 2 carrier strike groups there. They have hundreds of aircraft, and that is because they are trying to maintain flexibility if President Trump were to say, look, I want to restart major combat operations against Iran today. The U.S. military has what they need there if, in fact, the president says he wants to do that. But there still is this overarching issue that exists of munitions. The U.S. military has burned through a ton of their long-range munitions, the offensive and the defensive ones. They still have the ability, if the president were to want to restart combat operations against Iran. But the real question is, how long could they sustain that? And what is the impact on other potential flashpoints in the world? That's one of the real concerns here, is that, you know, the U.S., if in fact they were to go back into combat with Iran and not just this day-to-day of Iran firing off projectiles into the Strait of Hormuz, it could have a real impact on U.S. readiness all around the world.
Well, I know that that's one of the critical considerations, particularly at the Pentagon. Court, I do want to play something President Trump said yesterday and get your reaction on the other side. Take a listen.
The strait is open. We take a lot of ships through the strait now. We're taking them in. The mines are gone. You probably saw that. We put it.
Hold on. Marine traffic. Let's just take a look. Is the strait open? Is the strait open, everybody? The answer is no. You see, because let me just draw this to make this hella obvious. You see this? This is the Strait of Hormuz. H. Musi. Okay, so this is the Strait of Hormuz. And as you can see, there are boats over here and there are boats over here. Do I call them boats or ships? And as you can see, there are no boats in this area here. None. So there's a cluster of boats over here. There's a cluster of boats over here. And nothing through here. H. Musi. Sorry, what was that again, Trump?
Out yesterday, all the mines. We got rid of the mines. But the strait, it's functioning. It's a functioning strait. Yes, every once in a while there'll be a drone or a rocket or something shot, but it is a very functioning strait.
Court, what is the reality check here? Is the Strait of Hormuz functioning, as the president said?
It is, in that ships are coming and going, are able to go in and out. But the reality is it's not functioning the way that the entire world has been used to it for years. Now, as President Trump said, Iran and the IRGC continue to fire projectiles on a near daily basis. It's just a matter of whether they are actually striking commercial ships. The U.S. military shooting some of them down in some cases, but we have seen them actually strike and damage commercial shipping. That's not the real issue, though. It's not even whether they are actually hitting those ships. It's just the fact that that threat exists. That is one of the things that's really impacting commercial shipping going in and out of the strait. It is down dramatically from where it was before the war started, Kristen.
That fear factor. Courtney Kube, thank you for covering so many angles for us. As always, really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching.
Folks, I'm just going to use the bathroom and I'll be back. I'm going to grab a coffee as well. Please ensure to get yourself a warm drink, preferably caffeinated. It doesn't really matter what time of day it is for you. I don't give a shit. If it's 10 p.m., have a damn coffee. Because we've got shit to go through. Okay? Don't sit on this one. Let's go. I'll be back in a second.
Brr brr patapim, brr brr patapim, trallallero trallallà, tung 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 sahur. Brr brr patapim, brr brr patapim, trallallero trallallà, tung 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 sahur.
All I'm asking, baby, please, 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 please. 9 to 5 for service and devotion. You would think that I would deserve a fair promotion. Won't you?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
Beep boop boop bop. Beep boop boop beep bop bop. Beep boop boop beep bop boop bop. Beep boop boop beep boop bop.
Reddit moderators have power. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers.
Hola. Howdy. Howdy, folks. Hello. Hello, friends. How are you? Okay. Matt is going off with the bits. Nice. Hey, Drea. Laundry's done? Yep, done. Hey, Michael. Hey, Scary. Oh, we got the crew. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. A bit of a surprising development here. Let's go through what UEFA is doing. UEFA is preparing to bring criminal charges on Infantino. Gianni Infantino, everybody. So if you don't know who Gianni Infantino is, he is the president of FIFA. The guy who gave Donald Trump the FIFA Peace Prize. Okay, that scared the shite out of me. That scared the shite out of me, Drea. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so this guy, Gianni Infantino, not a good guy. Have you seen the last week tonight video on subscriptions? No. You mean Messi's dad? Yeah. So I don't know what I'm doing. LOL, I'm learning Twitch. Nice. It's all good. I was just thinking and that sound came on. But this is UEFA preparing to bring criminal proceedings against Infantino over World Cup. This division is quite significant in the world of football, but also like just geopolitics. It shows there's a rift growing within these organizations. John talked about subscriptions and how bad subscription services have gotten, basically. Oh, I see, Funkytron. I see. UEFA preparing to bring criminal proceedings against Infantino over World Cup. I haven't watched that.
Breaking news from the world of football now. Our sports correspondent Rob Harris is in Monaco, where UEFA is meeting. Rob, what more can you tell us?
Yes, Sky News has seen a legal document that shows UEFA is preparing to bring criminal proceedings against FIFA and its president Gianni Infantino in Switzerland over the attempt to sell off shares in the World Cup to private investors. The legal documents that we've seen are being lodged in the United States, in Miami and in New York against FIFA, who have its legal headquarters in Miami and in New York, where the key investors that were involved in this scheme are based. And this legal action, these subpoenas, are an attempt to obtain information about the secret negotiations that Infantino was involved in to launch this scheme. They want details of board meetings. They want to know what documents were prepared, what emails were involved in the preparation of this plan that was launched just after the World Cup. It was leaked, which led to condemnation across football. Only then did FIFA confirm the launch of FIFA Forward Enterprise, which it characterises as being about raising more money for member associations around the world, but certainly seen in UEFA's terms as something that is necessary to now potentially launch legal action against Infantino in Switzerland, where FIFA's main headquarters are. It comes as FIFA tries to oust Infantino from power, but is holding on with the elections next year in March. Now, this is what part of the legal document says. UEFA and other interested parties are preparing to bring criminal claims in Switzerland against Infantino and possibly other FIFA officials and advisors for criminal mismanagement. This, they say,
Hey, Lula, welcome. Yeah, this is crazy.
It's under part of this Swiss criminal code, and it says that it's arising out of the secretive structuring, valuation, financing and marketing of a transaction that inflicted direct and concrete injury on FIFA's reputation, governance authority and commercial relationships to the detriment of FIFA as well as its 211 members, including UEFA's 55 member associations. Now, it talks about this $20 billion venture that looked to raise $4.2 billion from private investors. We'll talk about them in a moment. And it talks about it being an absurdly low enterprise value of approximately $20 billion, a figure that was neither the product of an open competitive auction nor tested by independent valuers. Now, it says Infantino's exclusion of the FIFA Council, this is from the discussions in advance, was by itself a stunning dereliction of duty, talking about how FIFA statutes require the council to decide how commercial rights are utilised. And this talks about the whole investment scheme that was launched, and it says it was this is the legal document from UEFA. It calls this World Cup venture a fraudulently off-market price promoted by Infantino for his own benefit. We have asked FIFA for comment, nothing in response yet. Now, who else is involved in this legal action? UEFA is also subpoenaing JP Morgan, the bank that was involved in searching for the investment.
Wow!
And the entity called Thrive Eternal, whose
Get
CEO
them!
is Joshua Kushner.
Get
He's the
them!
brother of Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's brother-in-law, Donald Trump's son-in-law. And this raised all sets of new questions about Infantino's close relationship with Trump and his family and who stood to benefit from this. So this is a major ratcheting up of the situation, with Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, facing potential criminal proceedings being launched by UEFA in Switzerland over this attempt to sell off shares in the World Cup. It was abandoned after it was leaked, and there was global outrage launched by UEFA in the weeks after the World Cup. And here we are more than a month later, Infantino holding on, and UEFA now really showing how determined they are to see consequences for these actions by Infantino by secretly negotiating a sale of the World Cup to privatise the World Cup and then blindsiding members around the world with the plan, giving them a very short time frame to approve it, with the financial benefit of $80 million plus for member associations around the world over 12 years if they signed up, and that was certainly seen as offering a financial inducement if that was the case. Here was one final bit, and we're going through very long legal documents. It says that this was a vehicle for Infantino and a small circle to acquire a permanent stake in and otherwise profit from FIFA's most valuable assets to the detriment of FIFA.
There's no board or higher than him. There is a board. There is a board, but they're all kind of in on it.
FIFA, its members, and other parties within the football family. So, very serious situation now potentially facing Gianni Infantino as UEFA prepares legal proceedings to launch them in Switzerland for criminal mismanagement over the World Cup venture. They are seeking information relating to it. They've launched subpoenas in courts in Florida and New York to obtain information from banks and from FIFA relating to this very controversial plan.
It's like, for me, the corruption has been so obvious. I just don't. This is the first action that's been taken against this horrible organization and its members. But the corruption has always been there. The corruption has always been there. This is I just it just feels like it's finally happening, but what is really pushing this? What's really pushing this decision for UEFA to take this action? That's the bit I'm not understanding. Yeah, the way they make money is stupid bananas. I want to know what is it about this moment in time right now? I mean, UEFA still hasn't banned Israel. So obviously there's, Western hegemonic political bias in there, in the organization. It's built in. But why now? Why UEFA and FIFA? Why Infantino? What has happened? What parts of this structure are actually falling out, I find it really astonishing that it's happening in this moment. They should do what they did for the deal, which is say back down, or we ain't doing FIFA, let Europe and North America back out and let them do FIFA without all the major teams. I hope FIFA gets dismantled and something else comes together in its place, Thinking North America has major teams. Fucking what? Canada and America are gonna fucking play? Maybe and Mexico. I find it pretty insane in this moment. Well, losing all of Europe would still be huge. Yeah, obviously. Losing all of Europe is massive. But it needs to be bigger, though. It needs to be bigger. Like, if they are going to create like a rival tournament to FIFA or the FIFA World Cup and FIFA structure, rival structure, I think it's an incredible opportunity to do that. How far will they go? Is this all optics? Like, what is the reality here? That's the bit I'm so interested in. Europe are the big boys, but that's sort of the problem. Control is being wrestled away from Europe using money, and they are pissed and lashing out. Do you think this is just a fight over maybe Infantino just stepping on toes rather than about real ethical issues? To me, UEFA having ethics just seems like such a wild idea. Really? UEFA ethics? What the fuck are we talking about? But yeah, I'm just very surprised it's happening in this moment. That's all. UEFA feels like they own the sports and they went against their interests. Yeah. It doesn't make sense, honestly. Oh my gosh. What is this? The infographic shows like the Tokyo Protocol. The $800 billion economy is doomed. Oh my gosh. Do you guys want to watch this? Okay, I want to watch it. We're going to watch it. Let's go.
Japan is the most earthquake-prepared country on Earth. So why is it spending $67 billion on a backup plan? Because Tokyo isn't just Japan's capital. It is one of the most important cities on Earth. If it falls, the consequences won't stop at Japan's shores. They would ripple through the global economy.
By the way, I've got a couple of things lined up here. We're gonna the butcher the butcher of Serbia, is it? The butcher of Bosnia, sorry. The butcher of Bosnia, convicted Bosnian Serb war criminal Ratko Mladic dies. We are going to cover that today. We're also going to look at Germany's weak economy fueling the rise of the AfD. And we're going to finish off with Inside Britain's testosterone trend. Inside Britain's testosterone therapy boom. This is going to be great. Oh, I can't wait to listen to this. Testosterone therapy, everybody. Britain's men are doing testosterone therapy. The Tommy Robinson boys. Let's go.
Economy, shatter supply chains, and impact millions of lives around the world. That's why Japan is racing to build an entire shadow capital before the ticking time bomb beneath Tokyo goes off. But how long do we have? Japan already famously sits on the Ring of Fire, but just off the coast is the 600-mile-long Nankai Trough. The forces there are so great that experts warn they result in a megaquake about once every 100 to 150 years, and they usually happen in pairs. The last time two mega-thrust earthquakes happened back-to-back was in 1944 and 1946. We're not quite near the 100-year mark yet, but we're not far from it. Japan's earthquake panel warns there's a 60 to 90%
gender-affirming care for a regular Brexit gazer. Oh, Tippy, just like the U.S. military, yeah,
chance
it's going to be great.
The next massive Nankai Trough earthquake will happen within the next 30 years. So Japan's government is preparing for not only the worst, but the inevitable, a mega quake coming for Tokyo. The damage would be unthinkable. In April 2026, authorities predicted that a mega quake could trigger a tsunami more than 66 feet tall. Tokyo and the surrounding prefectures would be in its path, and it would result in 300,000 deaths, at least. That is with all of Japan's current earthquake preparation methods. The economic devastation would hit at least $1.5 trillion. It would be a catastrophic disaster. Why? Because financially, Japan has put all its power into one centralized earthquake-prone basket. 14 million people live in Tokyo, and another 33.4 million people are in the surrounding metropolitan area. That is the most populous metropolitan region in the world. Japan is currently the fourth largest economy in the world, with a GDP of $4.2 trillion in 2025. It has some of the biggest names in cars, electronics, tech, and robotics, and the headquarters of more than half.
I was just 90 kilometers from the 5.6 last week. My place shook for a good few minutes. It's still safe, but still. Lizards Lounge, you're in Japan, right? You're in Japan right now. Are you gonna get the fuck out, or It's wild. It's wild that the blokes afraid of replacement are taking drugs that limit sperm production as a side. Real big brainers there. Woo! Okay. I need to copy this. Okay, I'm copying what you've just said because when we do that bit, Shiny, I'm gonna be posting that on X with the link to the live.
Half of its major corporations are located in Tokyo. The concentration of economic power in Tokyo is so big that it rakes in $1.1 trillion every single year. It's the equivalent to the GDP of the Netherlands. Put it this way.
Live Cat's career, even though the government trying to put us all. If this thing happens, what the fuck? You're not going to be in chat anymore, Lizard's Lounge. Like, you got to understand. Prioritize chat. Okay? If this happens and you can't log on to chat, what the fuck is the chat going to do? Some people are just all me.
If the Tokyo metropolitan area were a country, it would rank 18th in the world for GDP. It is an immense center of financial power, and it's extremely vulnerable. And all of this is located at the intersection of 4 tectonic plates. Just one 9.0 earthquake in Tokyo goes from being one of the financial centers of the world to finding itself in a perfect storm of rubble, tsunami flooding, and even potential volcanic ash and fallout. Because after a previous disastrous Nankai rupture in 1707, not only was there a massive earthquake, but Mount Fuji erupted. Massive tsunamis were unleashed on the Japanese coasts, and tens of thousands of structures were destroyed. The potential for damage is staggering. This is not just a Japanese problem, it is a tragedy for everyone, because Japan controls a major share of a market that the entire world relies on: semiconductors. Everything from your car and healthcare devices to your computer, smartphone, TV, and satellite needs semiconductors. On a countrywide economic level, a huge range of industries from manufacturing and data centers to aerospace absolutely need semiconductors to function. Enter Japan. The country may not control the 50% of the global semiconductor market that it did in the 1980s, but a huge amount of materials for chips are still made in the country. Japan has over half of the global market share for photoresists and silicon wafers. It also has 88% of the global market share for semiconductor coders and developers. Since the majority of Japanese business activity is concentrated in Tokyo, a megaquake would be disastrous for residents and paralyze the world economy.
Wait. Why do we need... that was weird.
No one has estimated how bad the impact of a semiconductor material disruption in Japan would be to the rest of the world in terms of absolute numbers. But the supply chain would certainly be heavily impacted. With Japan controlling such a massive share of the global semiconductor market, replacing its lost supply would be nearly impossible overnight. Could the rest of the world even keep up? The answer may lie in what happened before. In 2011, a devastating 9.0 magnitude earthquake struck Japan's Tohoku region. Even though it's a much less densely populated and financially powerful area of Japan, it is still home to some Japanese tech manufacturing. One of the biggest tech victims of the earthquake was NAND flash memory, a vital component for iPads, iPhones, SD cards, tablets, and much more. The earthquake caused a power outage in a Toshiba production facility, the company with a 35% share.
Hey, official, whatever this is, welcome. Hey, hypervisor. No, what they're afraid of is having to rely that much on China. Yeah, but what about the lack of anime?
In the global NAND flash market. Despite being a short-term blackout, it caused production
did we get a raid? Hi, official, whatever this is. I didn't realize you were raiding. Hello, raiders. Welcome. Sorry. Because I fucked up the welcome so badly. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Because I fucked up the welcome so badly, here's some whale sounds. Of course. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your live? How was your live stream? Scars. Cletus. Let's do another whale sound. It was good. How has the stream been? It's been really good. We've just been we covered a couple of the natural disasters that have happened. One in Nepal. I shouldn't say natural disaster, right? Because it's climate change. I mean, it's definitely not just a natural disaster. It's climate change. Yeah, horrific stuff happening there. Yeah, and we've covered a few other topics. It's been quite a what do you call it? We've just covered a diverse set of subjects. It's been pretty cool, pretty chill. Welcome in. Thank you so much, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome to the community.
NAND flash memory to fall by 20% for the next 2 months. Another tech product, DRAM chips, was also impacted by the Tohoku earthquake. 3 wafer fabrication plants in Japan were severely damaged or powered off by the earthquake. Almost immediately, DRAM chip prices rose by 7%.
I mean, Japan also makes robotics, heavy machinery, machine tools. They aren't like the corner of the market on consumer electronics components anymore, and they never will be again because they simply do not have the economy of scale that China does. Yeah. So yeah, the DRAM thing is a little bit weird because China, obviously in the next year and a half, it's going to scale up DRAM production with its DUV machines. But yeah, I mean, I don't think, but the West may not buy it. Will the West allow China to flood the market with its DRAM? Who knows? Yep, a natural disaster is caused by capitalist greed. Absolutely. That shit is fucked. People don't even like it, but economy toast, so people eat it begrudgingly.
7%. The impact of a Tokyo megaquake on the tech industry, including global supply and prices, would be 1,000 times worse than those examples. Unfortunately, the financial fallout wouldn't end there. Back in 1989, financial analyst Michael Lewis warned that a Tokyo earthquake could trigger a global stock market crash.
Yo, Sean,
all because of some financial
happening?
realities of the Japanese system few people talk about or even realize. Only around 37% of Tokyo households have earthquake insurance. This seems like it would cover almost a large portion of any quake damage, but it's not even close. That's because commercial coverage only extends to 20% of a property's insured value. A national report on the financial preparedness of corporate Japan for natural disasters found that these conditions create the largest protection gap of any earthquake-prone region in the world. So how did Japan's $659 billion in foreign securities tie into this? In 2022, Nigel Winspear, an international expert in catastrophe modeling, decided to test Japan's effect on global stock markets. Depressingly, his analysis found that the risk Michael Lewis identified in 1989 remains very real. Winspear's report found that in the case of a 7.9 magnitude earthquake in the Kanto region, not even the highest possible magnitude scientists predict, Japanese banks would need around $690 billion to meet withdrawal demands. This is partly due to the huge protection gap Japanese property owners face. They would immediately draw down their bank deposits to pay for repairs and reconstruction. But for banks, such a massive demand for withdrawals would create an immediate liquidity crunch. During one of the worst possible times, the stock market would be closed possibly for weeks. The domestic bond market would freeze as banks turned from buying bonds to selling off as many as they can. Japanese banks would be left with only one option for quick cash: sell off foreign securities. The $659 billion they hold are almost enough to cover the potential $690 billion in withdrawal demands.
How's the pooch? Yeah, he's doing well. He's just lying down on the couch. He's lying down on the couch like a good boy. He's doing well. He's recovering really well.
Meaning Japanese banks would have to sell them all quickly. The US and European markets would be flooded with sell orders. Global prices for US and European stocks and bonds would plummet. And that's a major problem. Japan is the largest creditor of the US government. It holds $1.2 trillion in US Treasury securities. Buyers would be shaken seeing a meltdown like this. It would create even more friction in financial markets, raising the very real possibility of a global market crash. The most horrifying part? That's not even worst-case scenario. This is the result of a potential 7.9 earthquake in the
I want to
Kanto
be a good
region,
boy.
but the Japanese government has said that the potential of an earthquake between 8.0 and 9.0 in the next 30 years is 70 to 80%. Windspear's report found that in this worst-case scenario, the Kanto region would experience $3 trillion in property damage and $4.5 trillion in total economic losses. All of this damage doesn't even cover another even bigger issue, the political fallout. Because in addition to being Japan's economic powerhouse, Tokyo is its one and only seat of government and political power. Cabinet meetings, parliamentary functions, administrative services would all immediately be suspended. It's possible a significant amount of administrative workers and politicians would either be injured, incapacitated, or dead. How would the government be able to continue functioning if the very foundations of its seats of power fell to the ground? In June 2026, staring down the barrel of a very likely megaquake, the Liberal Democratic Party approved a bill to create the backup of all backups, a second capital. One that could step in to take over important government functions, particularly in the event of an all-out national crisis, like the one a major earthquake would cause. Ministries and agencies could pick up where they left off.
Government can't even function currently? Yeah, what is it like at the moment? What is it like with Cockroach Lady? Because she said she has like a cockroach pet or something, right? LDP CIA class, founded and paid for since World War II. Can you speak Japanese, Lizard's Lounge? Are you fluent with Japanese?
In a backup city. Though the current Japanese administration hasn't yet decided which city it would be, there is likely one candidate, Osaka. The bill is part of a wider agreement between the LDP and the JIP, the Japan Innovation Party. The JIP is headquartered in Osaka, so is...
Translator and uni here, nice. Tens of thousands protest the parliament and it's hidden from the news. Oh, you stream Japanese protests? Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Folks, follow Lizard's Lounge if you want to see some Japanese protests. Let's go.
Polling for its own city to take the second capital title. But even though the theoretical framework has been laid for a doomsday protocol, that doesn't mean it'll be easy. There have already been divisions. One of the biggest sticking points was whether there should be referendums before creating special administrative wards, like Tokyo's, in a future second capital. Those referendums had failed already twice in Osaka. A compromise was eventually reached. Only residents of the city in question would be allowed to vote. An even bigger question remains. Osaka may be the favorite, but nobody knows which city will actually be chosen. And that uncertainty has reignited a decades-old fight over Tokyo's dominance of Japan. In 1945, Tokyo accounted for 13% of Japan's population. By 2024, almost 1 in 3 Japanese people lived in the Tokyo area. As one Japanese newspaper, the Mainichi, put it, Tokyo centralization has become a chronic illness for Japan. According to the same editorial, policies implemented by the Tokyo-based central government have stripped regions of their unique character. But the biggest problem may be Tokyo itself. A country famous for technology still struggles with outdated systems and slow digitalization. Without strong incentives for companies to move elsewhere, Tokyo keeps growing stronger, absorbing Japan's people, money, and opportunities, while the rest of the country falls further behind. So various cities and regions are seeing this potential legislation as a chance to acquire more political and financial power for themselves away from Tokyo. It'll likely set off an intense, potentially time-wasting competition between cities for the honor of being Japan's second capital. But creating a second capital is complicated. There's more to it than just building a backup government office. Japan's entire financial system and public infrastructure would have to be redesigned to operate from two centers of power. One of the most important institutions taking the plan seriously is the Bank of Japan, BOJ, the country's central bank.
I think there's an Antifa one tomorrow. I'll try to stream it. Time zones don't conflict with anyone. Oh, that's awesome. Please share link. Please let us know when you have started.
And a pillar of Japan's economy. If even the BOJ has to prepare for a second capital, it shows just how massive this undertaking really is. Its current head office is in Tokyo, but since the 2000s, the BOJ has been creating emergency plans in the case of either a total power failure at the head office or worse, its total destruction. Since the BOJ's first ever branch was in Osaka, it seemed like the natural city for the backup. If the BOJ Tokyo Computer Center goes offline, but the Tokyo office remains intact, it continues to run while processing data through the Osaka Backup Center. If Tokyo becomes completely unusable, operations can be transferred entirely to Osaka. In other words, payments, settlements, and other transfers that people in a post-natural disaster crisis will desperately be in need of will continue without any problems. To make sure the plan will work, the BOJ tests it every year, temporarily shifting operations from Tokyo to Osaka.
I'm not sure why all of these characters, like a lot of them in suits, look like Andy Burnham.
The BOJ Osaka backup is like having a second identical Wall Street 300 miles away. To make sure the nation rebuilds as quickly as possible from a Tokyo earthquake, new infrastructure projects are also being planned accordingly. There's a 1 trillion yen or $6.3 billion maglev project meant to connect Tokyo to Nagoya and then to Osaka. The selling point of the new maglev is speed. It'll run at around 310 miles per hour. That is 50% faster than the current Shinkansen. The
310 miles per hour.
Tokyo-Osaka trip would take just 67 minutes in total. In comparison, the trip from Tokyo to Osaka on the bullet train today takes about 2.5 hours. But the construction of the line isn't just meant for speed. It's also meant as a backup, a redundant transportation system for the current bullet train between Tokyo and Osaka, because the Shinkansen's current route between the two cities runs close to the Pacific coast. It's considered highly vulnerable to a Nankai-caused earthquake and the tsunamis that might follow. In contrast, 90% of the maglev line runs through tunnels in the mountains. This almost entirely eliminates the maglev's vulnerability to tsunamis. It also places the line further away from the Nankai Trough. The design of the maglev train and rails also make derailment by earthquake much less likely. The train levitates above the track instead of sitting on rails. If it's pushed away from its track, it experiences an even stronger magnetic force to push it back. So on paper, Japan seems prepared. The government, central bank, and critical infrastructure are all building backup systems to survive a Tokyo megaquake, keeping the country running even after an epic disaster. But then you look closer. Because behind the impressive preparations is a major weakness. Some of the most important services Japan would depend on after a disaster still have no concrete backup plan. Chief amongst them, how the Prime Minister would actually run.
Okay, can I just say, which country would be prepared for a megaquake anyway? Like, if a megaquake happens, aren't we just all fucked? Let's just say, for example, Yellowstone erupts. What are we going to do? Japan seems more ready than anybody else.
The country from Osaka, because the plan to do so is vague, untested,
Cabo
and
Verde,
unlikely to work. Japanese PM Sanae Takaichi agreed to the second capital plan for Japan when she was desperately seeking a coalition.
Really? Cabo Verde is ready?
For her party, so the LDP could remain in power. She needed the JIP on her side, so the plan to make a city, likely Osaka, a backup capital for Japan was hatched. But even though Takaichi approved the bill in the summer of 2026, it is yet to pass the upper house. In fact, the deadline for deliberations has already been extended, so the bill itself is also not a guarantee of much. Experts on Japanese politics don't think Takaichi is actually willing to transfer real power from Tokyo to Osaka. International relations professor Stephen Nagy says the JIP is a regional party. It has a vision of a more decentralized Japan that'll contribute to the economic growth of Osaka. There's also the symbolism of moving some of the power out of Tokyo. None of that appeals to the LDP.
Oh, is this a clip? Let's see. I have not seen anything about this. It really is kept out of the media, isn't it?
Osaka is also generally more liberal, which rubs the LDP the wrong way. As Negi continues to say, the LDP has no intention of diluting its own powers. The legislation currently advancing through Japan's lawmaking bodies also sets limits on the potential power of a second capital. It ensures that the city chosen will work as a functional backup, not a complete second capital. While this may be the most practical and affordable solution, it exposes the biggest weakness of the plan. Osaka could keep the government running during
Where is that? Japan.
an emergency, but it was never designed to become a permanent center of power. Japan still has no real long-term vision for governing from anywhere except Tokyo. Even the short-term plans have yet to be spelled out and codified. There's no strategy drawn up for how a prime minister would actually run the government from anywhere other than Tokyo. And the difficulties in doing so would be immense for any government, but particularly for Japan due to some of its administrative quirks. What happens to the people who keep the country running? If politicians, civil servants, and key administrators are killed or injured, how would Japan replace them, and how would thousands of personnel be moved from Tokyo to Osaka on such short notice?
I guess like Japan is in a particularly bad spot, right? Like an earthquake is like it's gonna happen. It's inevitable. So maybe this makes sense, but I mean, when you look at what's been happening around the world, like now Nepal, all the fires, like disasters are happening everywhere, and what I think the world is realizing is that we are so underprepared for what's about to happen.
In theory, the new maglev could help, but the revolutionary train system isn't expected to start operating until at least 2036, and even that timeline is uncertain after years of delays. So, if the Tokyo megaquake happens before then, Japan faces a terrifying question. How do you relocate a government when the fastest connection you were counting on doesn't exist yet? Assuming the earthquake doesn't strike before then, and that's not even touching on the fact that Japan's government and corporations are shockingly non-digital. A quick transfer of government function and administration seems very unlikely. Most people in Japan still own and need a Hanko stamp, a carved personalized stamp used for official documents in place of a signature.
It feels like it's ramping up very quickly.
So much of Japanese government business is still conducted on paper. A 2023 report found that only 16.8% of Japanese government records are digital. More than 4 in 5 official records are only preserved on paper.
Oh, debt wiped out, everybody. No more debt in Japan if this earthquake strikes.
This reality creates a nearly insurmountable logistical hurdle for keeping the government.
Okay, tell me that this dude here looks like Andy Burnham. Tell me that this dude here looks like Andy Burnham.
Government functioning.
Look at this. This is Andy Burnham right there.
In the event of a disaster that would cause buildings to collapse, flooding, and fires. Digital files can be backed up and uploaded to a cloud. Paper files would be destroyed in the ensuing mess. And that's just the government. The private sector is worse. A 2024 survey revealed that 17% of Japanese corporations only use paper for internal documents. Meanwhile, less than 10% of businesses are fully digital. So over 90% rely on paper in some shape or form. The potential devastation businesses might experience after an earthquake is much worse. Public discourse has also somewhat hindered the advancement of a doomsday protocol for Tokyo. Conservative newspapers have been critical of the second capital plan altogether. One publication, Yomiuri, wrote, "It does not seem necessary to limit relocation sites for ministries and agencies to a major city. This is likely an issue to be considered separately from the matter of the second capital." They also dismissed the entire initial proposal from the JIP as difficult to understand. The problem is that all this deliberation, pushback, and uncertainty when it comes to creating a second capital is wasting precious time.
Oh, this one? Thank you. Let's check it out. Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you for sharing. This is a vibe. Yeah, when was this? When was this? How often are these happening, Lizard's Lounge? How often are these happening? Every month or so? And it looks like all ages too. This is like the most vibey protest ever. I love it. It's so good. Honestly, the news has not brought this to our attention at all. It's so fascist here, but there's hope. Man, that is amazing.
Time Japan does not have. We're fast approaching the expected date for the Nankai Trough to cause one of its well-known megaquakes, and scientists can't predict exactly when it'll happen. Japan's best hope at this point is that it hits closer to the 150-year mark rather than the 100-year mark, because the latter situation would put the next megaquake at 2044. The Japanese government and financial institutions would have just 18 years to complete one of the most logistically challenging processes imaginable. Japan knows the clock is ticking. It knows Tokyo is vulnerable. It knows a disaster of historic scale is coming. But knowing the problem and solving it are two very different things. Because when the Nankai Trough strikes, Japan may discover that its greatest weakness was never the earthquake itself. It was putting the fate of an entire nation and the global economy into a single city. The Nankai Trough may be Japan's next great disaster, but it won't be the first time the country has faced a catastrophe of this scale. Watch how the Fukushima disaster actually happened to see how a natural disaster turned into one of the worst nuclear crises in history. Or click on this video.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Let's talk about, because we're getting up to 2 p.m. now, let's talk about this. Obviously, one of the most hotly awaited parts of today's live. Hold on, let me just post this on X. Shiny, I'm posting your thing. It's wild that blokes afraid of replacement are taking drugs that limit sperm production as a side effect. Real big brainers there. Inside Britain's testosterone therapy boom. Let's go. Absolute banger, Shiny. Absolute banger.
I've got the actual prescription, testosterone itself.
Ben is one of a growing number of men injecting testosterone every week.
This has been game-changing for me, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Bro, you look sick, man.
Many say this drug has changed their lives, but some of Britain's top doctors are worried.
It causes high blood pressure, it makes your cholesterol worse. I've got no doubt that if everyone took it in the world, then you would actually hasten the demise of many men.
Masculinity is the resistance.
Is social media
masculinity is the resistance?
Convincing men that testosterone levels are key to understanding masculinity.
If you weren't getting tested and you weren't taking testosterone replacement therapy, that you weren't this real man.
Others say,
isn't this just like, isn't this just gender affirming healthcare?
This is a condition long under research.
Hello, Candice. Hello, Mike. Hello, Mike.
One finally getting the attention it deserves.
The best single indicator of a man's health is his testosterone level.
So is testing and treating our testosterone levels really the key to improving our health? Or is the wellness industry selling men solutions to a problem that, for many, doesn't actually exist.
Okay, all of these people look sick.
I've spent weeks speaking to men across the country about their testosterone levels. I've met those both trying to treat them and those trying to sound the alarm.
Drea, have you suggested ball tanning to your son? Have you thought about investing in a ball tanner?
That is my suppliers. So I've got the actual sort of prescription testosterone itself, which, as you can see, there's not a lot left in there.
Ben is 33 and has been taking testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, for 4 months. He pays over £120 a month for the private prescription. Unless additional drugs are taken, TRT can cause infertility by reducing sperm count. And as the drug stops the body naturally producing testosterone itself, Ben will have to take it for the rest of his life.
Wait, so this reduces sperm count. What are these people doing? They're literally replacing themselves. Holy shit. This is natural selection.
If he wants to keep his levels stable.
When taking something like this on, you have to really change certain aspects of your life, because you've got to get used to injecting yourself once or twice a week. You've got to
Sex is gay, must get swole instead.
be aware of the commitment of having all the suppliers, you know, even as far down as having a blood pressure monitor.
By the way, if someone asks me where I'm from or where I'm originally from, I'm going to ask them, would you like to know my sperm count too?
But worth it for you.
100% worth it.
Testosterone is the primary male sex hormone. It contributes towards muscle size and bone strength, sperm production and sex drive. Some men struggle to produce enough testosterone naturally, and in others it reduces with age. Not having enough can cause erectile dysfunction, a loss
I don't actually know. I'll just ask, and if they say yes, I'll just walk away.
of libido and muscle mass, as well as tiredness, a lack of energy, and even depression. But along with those symptoms, there's a disagreement about what blood test results could count as low testosterone. The NHS suggests that having around 8 nanomoles of testosterone per litre of blood could indicate a low level. But the British Society of Sexual Medicine goes higher. They look for around 12 nanomoles of testosterone per litre of blood, and some private providers will look for a level of 15 or below to start prescribing replacement therapies.
This is what Hegseth is trying to force on US military personnel. Most of these drugs are basically like, once you take it, you have to keep taking it or you're fucked, which is probably fine because, let's face it, you're not making it to 100. IMO, the ball tanning testosterone propaganda, is an op to actually reduce the white population over time, to reduce replacement, to reinforce replacement theory and move people more fascist. Tips tinfoil hat. Tip away. Tip away. Just the tip. Drea. He's Psycho Man. I heard this. Yeah, Hegseth is nuts. I can't wait until those lazy fucks neglect working out and they get bitched at. Oh my gosh, Lula. Lula straight up. Does it make men more aggressive? That would make sense if he do it to military. Oh, nah, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm 100% convinced this stuff is to make men unfuckable, so they get angry and form death squads. This is incredible. This is the best. What? Oh my goodness, folks.
Come to a small village just outside Edinburgh to meet Richard.
So this is my home setup.
A 40.
Why do they all look like this? Bald, white.
3-year-old who started using TRT at the beginning of 2026.
You went on to TRT in January. Yes. So to start, I just want to take you back a few months before that. What was life like in, say, November last year?
Pretty miserable, to be honest. I didn't feel like myself at all. Mentally, I just felt drained all the time. I didn't have any energy to do the things. I actually found myself not wanting to do things that I enjoyed doing.
Blood tests revealed Richard's testosterone level was significantly higher than the threshold at which the NHS might have considered treatment.
It causes hair
But
loss?
after lifestyle changes didn't alter his symptoms, he decided to start on TRT.
My motivation to train has come back. My motivation to do things that I enjoy has come back. I don't have the brain fog, and I think that's kind of the main thing that I've noticed that's changed. The main downsides are that obviously you need to inject yourself 3 times a week, and if you want to continue feeling that way, you have to do that for the rest of your life.
You chose to come off the kind of additional medication that helps preserve your...
Oh my gosh, what's up with your skin, buddy? It doesn't look good. What's going on? Was that there before, or is that new? Is that like a sunburn, or what the fuck is going on here?
fertility.
Yep.
That's a big decision, isn't it? It's a big moment.
Yeah, but I think I've been comfortable with my decision on not to have children for a long time, much to my mum's upset. But, yeah.
Ask him about the great replacement theory. Ask him about the great replacement theory. Please ask him.
Yeah, upset my mum a little bit on that one, but I mean, the other downside of coming off those medications is that it does actually shrink your testicles as well. Something that I think most people only really associate with bodybuilders who are kind of taking large amounts of testosterone, but if you do take testosterone without those additional drugs, it does shrink your testicles. Whether or not that bothers you, I suppose, is purely personal.
It was really interesting.
Wait, man. What is this for? What is it just to get like fucking jacked? What is this? Can someone please explain to me why this is happening? Why are men doing this to themselves? Why?
Interesting speaking
so
to
fucking
Richard,
weird.
and I think he's somebody that if the NHS saw his blood test results, they probably wouldn't prescribe him the medication he's on. But the way he sees it, his symptoms weren't getting any better. He went to a private clinic and got testosterone, and that, in his words, has been a game changer. But some senior doctors believe too many men are unnecessarily worried about their testosterone levels and believe too many are being prescribed medications that can have an impact on their long-term health.
It serves no one any good to have men who have severe testosterone deficiency being undertreated. But on the same side, I think we can't lurch to the opposite and have populism trying to promote testosterone as the elixir of life.
Channa says social media content means more men are experiencing symptoms like tiredness or low mood and attributing them incorrectly to low testosterone.
The problem is nowadays that men...
I'm telling you, men's mental health, like having real solutions for men's mental health is probably the best thing the world can do. One of the best things. Like, these dudes are just so depressed. And I think they're attributing that to like some stupid shit like Andrew Tate stuff. You know, they don't have enough money, or their dick's not big enough, or their balls are too big. All this to avoid going to see a therapist. Yeah, exactly.
Are being prescribed testosterone by certain clinics, particularly in the private sector or online, when they have very non-specific symptoms. All medications have risks, and if you give testosterone to every single man, what you will do is cause immense harm. So it causes thickening of muscles, including the heart. It causes high blood pressure. It makes your cholesterol worse. And I've got no doubt that if everyone took it in the world, then you would actually hasten the demise of many men.
And you can probably feel...
Fun fact, excess testosterone turns into estrogen in your body. Brilliant.
Your testosterone levels surging as we enter the gym right now.
So could the turn to testosterone be an example of the stresses of modern life being medicalised? And could modern life itself be the very thing that is turning us towards medication? At this boxing gym in Gloucester, Edward, a coach and lecturer in sports science, certainly thinks so.
The market is a wonderful thing that's brought us many advances in science and medicine, but it's fundamentally amoral. It'll sell you cigarettes, it'll sell you drugs, it'll sell you testosterone if you let it. So what you've got to do is have personal agency and take responsibility for your health and your lifestyle and your environment. What are the
Yeah, talk to a doctor first, though, right? If you have enough testosterone and take a supplement, you're just taking estrogen with extra complications. Oh my gosh.
The issues you see with TRT then?
You must consider, if you're going to take out an expensive prescription in your 30s or even 20s, we're hearing now, can you do that for the rest of your life? There's a bigger problem, though, and I would call it part of this transhumanist impulse to
Oh, he said trans. Are we talking about the trans community?
transcend our biology and fight the physical limitations.
But if lifestyle changes aren't enough or aren't realistic, there is a large private health and wellness market that men can turn to, and it's growing rapidly.
So you lose part of your identity if your testosterone drops.
Voi provides testing and treatment for low testosterone. It regularly advertises testing services using celebrities on social media.
Look, when you find out your testosterone level is 3, it can be very shocking.
Adverts which focus on the symptoms like low mood and
Symptoms of transhumanism, including shiny face and stuttering when challenged on ethical questions. Yes. This is, come on. This is gender affirming shit, right? Like, this is gender affirming shit. This is men losing hair. Who's out here doing shiny face? This is men losing hair, getting older, getting depressed, and struggling to deal with a changing world. What's happening?
and tiredness that Voi says could be indicative of low testosterone. We've just arrived at the London offices of Voi. They describe themselves as the biggest provider of testosterone to men in the UK. They're really leading in this field. So we're quite keen to speak to their Director of Men's Health to find out what exactly...
Director of Men's Health. A really smart lady. And here is feminist activist Karen Davies. What a brilliant plan! Give all the men testosterone. Oh my gosh. So they all replace themselves. Wow.
...is driving that massive surge.
The best single indicator of a man's health is his testosterone level.
Oh, damn. Okay, no. I guess this is just more stupidity. Stupid bloke. Just misinformed. This is white people shit, isn't it? Like, everyone we've seen so far is just like white men.
Now, it doesn't necessarily mean you need testosterone treatment, but it will tell you how healthy you are because it's affected by so many other things.
Jeff Foster is a doctor, author and podcaster who believes testosterone is key to understanding men's health.
Doctors I've spoken to say that the kind of most obvious sign that somebody has a genuine testosterone deficiency would be things like loss of libido, loss of sexual function. Why in a lot of your adverts are you choosing to focus on things like anxiety, depression, rather than those physical symptoms?
The simple answer is not all patients with low testosterone have to have sexual dysfunction. So guys may use that as an indicator, but it certainly shouldn't be the only factor. And if you only target sex drive, we are going to miss a large number of men that will have low testosterone but never thought of getting it tested.
As a cynic might say you're focusing on things like tiredness, anxiety and depression because that's something we all experience and that's going to drive more people to buy your products.
The more people that get tested for testosterone, the more we are going to find people with low testosterone. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to get treatment. In fact, 93% of our patients that get a test don't end up on treatment.
We also put Dr. Channa's concerns to Voy. In a statement, Dr. Jeff said, "Those risks are real when TRT is overprescribed and poorly monitored, but that is not what proper treatment looks like. Guidance calls for 1 blood test a year. Voy does 2, precisely to catch any issues early."
Imagine, like, this dude is literally reinforcing the great replacement theory. He's reinforcing it. He is reinforcing the great replacement theory to all of these idiots, and they're taking it, getting infertile, and replacing themselves. It's so stupid, man.
Largest ever trial into testosterone, Traverse, found that TRT used correctly does not raise the risk of heart attack or stroke, and several studies show it can actually improve cholesterol and blood pressure at the right dose.
Set up your lifestyle so that they kill testosterone, which makes you weak and ugly.
Some researchers are concerned that the online manosphere is linking low testosterone to a broader crisis in masculinity.
We found these really strong narratives that, you know, it was essential to have these kind of optimal testosterone levels, and that if you weren't getting tested and you weren't taking testosterone replacement therapy, that you weren't this real man.
Masculinity is the resistance. If you want to take back control of your life and look after the people around you, you need high testosterone.
For her research...
Okay, this prick is definitely at fucking Tommy Robinson rallies. I can already tell.
Brooke analysed 46 social media posts focused on testosterone, which reached almost 7 million accounts.
It's really being promoted at those kind of younger, healthy men, and normalizing everyday life experiences like being tired, you know, potentially not wanting to go to work, lacking drive, things that we feel from time to time. That is where it becomes quite concerning, and really in the pursuit of profit rather than wanting to help men who genuinely need it.
Is leaps and bounds.
Back in Gravesend, I was curious to ask Ben his thoughts, if TRT, despite its costs and commitments, had been worth it.
There might be some people who would say, in all of those 3 blood test results, your levels were above what the NHS would class as low testosterone.
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
I personally think that the NHS have very strict guidelines on the prescription aspect of TRT.
Oh, right. So this is, again, just they're like, oh, yeah. This is what they're trying to do, guys. They're trying to replace us with the wrong figures because, you know, we are white people. We conquered everything. Our testosterone levels are like 5 million, right? They're just trying to make us weaker. And that's how they're replacing us. So let's take this injection that shrinks our nuts and lowers our sperm count. Oh, shit. Oh, chud logic.
Obviously, there are a lot of people that maybe are looking to go on to TRT, even if they don't need it. And I think they are very much concerned about a number, whereas clinics will focus on the number, but also how you feel, your symptoms, your well-being. My whole life it feels like has turned around from where I was, 4 or 5 months ago to now. It is the polar opposite of where I was. I have so much more energy. I've got more focus at work.
Online and offline, questions are being asked about low testosterone, what it is, and how it should be treated. Is private healthcare responding to a condition that has, for years, been underdiagnosed and undertreated? Or is it instead helping to create the very demand that drives its profits?
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me remind everybody of the trend of testicular tanning, okay? This is the kind of shit these people do. This is testicular tanning, everybody. This is what Tucker Carlson was selling, okay? Let's listen to Tucker Carlson.
You saw in the clip there, if you want to optimize and take it to another level, expose yourself to red light therapy.
Yes.
And the Juve that we were using in the documentary, there's a massive amount
Which
of
is testicle tanning.
It's testicle tanning, but it's also full body red light therapy, which has massive amount of benefits.
Yes,
and
this
there's
is real.
so much data out there that isn't being picked up on or covered.
So obviously half the viewers right now are like, what? That's testicle tanning? That's crazy. But my view is, okay, testosterone levels crash and nobody says anything about it. That's crazy. So why is it crazy to seek solutions?
It's not crazy to seek solutions, and I think I was recently exposed to a term called bromeopathy, and I think there's a lot of people out there right now.
Bromeopathy. Fuck, bro. These dudes will fucking do anything. Oh no! Bromeopathy. Oh shit.
That don't trust the mainstream information, and they're taking.
They don't trust the mainstream information. This is. So I think this is kind of where it all started. To be honest, or not started here, but Tucker Carlson definitely amplified it. Tucker Carlson is the op that's leading the Great Replacement Theory.
Now to the first part of a series you'll see here every Wednesday in the month of March, focusing on men in America. The signs are everywhere. If you're a middle-aged man, you probably know a peer who has killed himself in recent years, at least one. If you're a parent, you may have noticed that your daughter's friends seem a little more on the ball than your son's.
On the ball?
They get better grades, they smoke much less marijuana, they spend less time playing video games, they go to more prestigious colleges. If you're an employer, you may have noticed that your female employees show up on time. The young men often don't. And of course, if you live in this country, you've just seen a horrifying series of mass shootings, far more than we've ever had. Women didn't do that. In every case, the shooter was a man. Something ominous is happening to men in America. Everyone who pays attention knows that.
There's some dude in Arizona that has like a ball tanning camp? No way. Can you imagine dudes just out in the pasture? They pitch their tents, ball tanning machines all attached, ready to go. I think these dudes are just gay, man. They're closeted. Just, I think they're just, it's like a retreat. I think they're just closeted dudes who want to be naked in front of other men. Oh, bro, what the fuck is going on, man? My question is, does this imply that the rest of us are tanning our balls? I really don't want to talk about my balls.
What's odd is how rarely you hear it publicly acknowledged. Our leaders pledge to create more opportunities for women and girls, whom they imply are failing. Men don't need help. They're the patriarchy. They're fine, more than fine. But are they fine? Here are the numbers. Start with the most basic, life and death. The average American man will die 5 years before the average American woman. One of the reasons for this is addiction. Men are more than twice as likely as women to become alcoholics. They're also twice as likely to die of a drug OD. In New
How dark and brown, how brown and wrinkly? Medium.
Hampshire, one of the states hardest hit by the opioid crisis, 73% of overdose deaths were men. But the saddest reason for shortened lifespans is suicide. 77% of all suicides in America are committed by men. The overall rate is increasing at a dramatic pace. Between 1997 and 2014, there was a 43% rise in suicide deaths among middle-aged American men. The rates are highest among American Indian and white men who kill themselves at about 10 times the rate of Hispanic and black women. You often hear America's incarceration crisis. Well, that's almost exclusively a male problem, too.
Did he say Hispanic and black women? Why is he... What?
Over 90% of inmates are men. Now, these problems are complex, but we know that they start young. And relative to girls, boys are failing in school. More girls than boys graduate high school. Considerably more go to and graduate from college. In schools at every level, boys account for the overwhelming majority of discipline cases. One study found that fully 1 in 5 high school boys had been diagnosed with some form of hyperactivity disorder. That's compared with just 1 in 11 girls.
Drea.
Many of them were medicated for it. The long-term health effects of those medications, not fully understood, but they do appear to include depression in later life. Women now decisively outnumber men in graduate school. They earn the majority of doctoral degrees. They're now the majority of new enrollees in both law and medical schools. For men, the consequences of failing in school are long-term and profound. Between 1979 and 2010...
Hey, this evening when I come back live, do you guys want to explore the world of pseudo-scientific men's health? Do you guys want to go down a rabbit hole of pseudo-scientific men's health? Oh, shit. Wouldn't that be a great episode?
Working-age men with only high school degrees saw their real hourly wages drop about 20% over the same period.
Am I going to show ball? Lula, I'll get banned. I can't get banned, Lula.
High school-educated women saw their wages rise. The decline of the industrial economy disproportionately hurt men. There are now 7 million working-age men in America who don't work. They've dropped out of the labor force.
What a terrifying
Nearly
rabbit
half of
hole.
them take pain medication on any given day. That is the highest rate in the world by far. Far fewer young men get married than did just a few decades ago,
Is
and
the
fewer stay
rabbit hole
married.
10 by the
About
sun?
1 in 5 American children live now only with their mothers. That's double the rate of 1970. Millions more boys growing up without fathers.
Yes, please. I need to prepare for my side hustle in Oz, a ball tanning studio. Possible names: Let's Ball in One, Ball in One, space hour. Side effects: prostate cancer.
Young adult men are now more likely to live with a parent than they are to live with a spouse or a partner. That is not the case for young women. Single women buy their...
All balls matter. Yes, all balls matter. Get the .com quickly. Get the .com, folks. Get the .com. Get the damn website. Ball it out. All balls matter. Oh, I can't, folks. Chat. Oh my gosh.
Their own homes at more than twice the rate of single men. More women than men now have driver's licenses. Whenever gender differences come up in public debate, the so-called wage gap seems to dominate the conversation. You've heard it. A woman makes 77 cents for every dollar a man earns. That's a statistic that you'll hear a lot. Presidents have repeated it, many candidates. It's everywhere. And yet that number compares all American men to all American women across all professions. No legitimate social scientist would consider that a valid or meaningful measure. The number doesn't mean anything. It's intentionally misleading. It's a talking point. Once you compare men and women with similar experience, working the same hours in similar jobs for the same period of time, that's the only way you can measure it, the gap all but disappears. In fact, it may invert. One study using census data found that single women in their 20s living in metropolitan areas now earn 8% more on average than their male counterparts. By the way, the majority of managers in the workplace are now women. Women on average are scoring higher on IQ tests than men are. Even physically, men are falling behind. A recent study found that almost half of young men failed the Army's entry-level physical fitness exam during basic training. Fully 70% of American men are now overweight or obese. That's compared to 59% of American women.
Golden nugs.
Perhaps most bafflingly and terrifyingly, men seem to be becoming less male fundamentally, measurably. Sperm counts, for example, across the West have plummeted. They're down almost 60% since the early 1970s. Scientists don't know why this is.
No,
Testosterone levels in men have also fallen precipitously. One study found that average levels of male testosterone dropped by 1% every year after 1987, and it's not related to age. In other words, the average 40-year-old man in 2017 would have testosterone levels 30% lower than the average 40-year-old man in 1987. There is no upside to this trend. Lower testosterone levels in men are associated with depression, lethargy, weight gain, decreased cognitive ability. Nothing like this has ever happened to a population this big. So you'd think we'd...
he's talking about low testosterone in men. Oh, this is just so fucking hilarious.
Want to know exactly why. What's going on? How do we fix it? And yet the media ignore that story. It's considered a fringe...
Like, this whole great replacement theory thing is insane when you think they're taking shit that is literally lowering sperm count. Like, this is the dumbest shit in history.
Topic, somehow. Nor is it, believe it or not, a priority in the scientific research establishment. We checked, and we couldn't find a single NIH-funded study on why testosterone levels are falling. We did find a study on, quote, pubic hair grooming prevalence and motivation among women in the U.S.
Is this satire? Oh my gosh! How is he not?
Story. It's considered a fringe topic somehow. Nor is it, believe it or not, a priority in the scientific research establishment. We checked, and we couldn't find a single NIH-funded study on why testosterone levels are falling. We did find a study on, quote, pubic hair grooming prevalence and motivation among women in the U.S. So those are the numbers, and they paint a very clear picture. American men are failing in body, in mind, and in spirit. This is a crisis. Yet our leaders pretend it's not happening, and in fact, they tell us the opposite is true. Women are victims. Men are oppressors. To question that assumption is to risk punishment. Even as women far outpace men in higher education, for example, virtually every college campus supports a women's studies department whose core goal is to attack male power. Our politicians and business leaders internalize and amplify that message. Men are privileged, women are oppressed. Hire and promote and reward accordingly. Now, that would be fine if it were true, but it's not true. At best, it's an outdated view of an America that no longer exists. At worst, it's a pernicious lie. Either way, ignoring the decline of men does not help anyone. Men and women need each other. One cannot exist without the other. That is elemental biology. It's also the reality that each one of us has lived with our parents and siblings and friends. When men fail, all of us suffer. How did this happen? How can we fix it? We hope
Tucker's search history is suspect. Pubes, scientific papers about pubes, scientific papers about tanning balls. Oh.
That this series, each Wednesday this month, answers those questions.
I posted a pic in casual space, Noisy. Drea, that sounds ominous. That sounds ominous. Let's take a look. Oh! The nuts! I love it. Hold on. Let me just save it. I don't know if I can show this. Is this terms of service? Yeah, truck nuts. Gotta be truck nuts, yeah. All right, everybody, I'm gonna go pick up my son. But what a great live, and what an amazing idea for the live tonight. Alternative men's health. Alternative men's health, everybody. Let's go. Oh, it's gonna be fun. The pinstriping decal is hilarious in this context. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here. Kakite. Bromiotherapy, yeah. Testes for all. Raid Igloo, yeah. Let's Raid Igloo. Let's go. Thank you so much for being here with me. And yeah, I'll be back later on. I've got a couple of things to do, so I'll potentially be live at around 7:30ish, but I'll be live later on. We'll catch each other. Yeah, good seeing you too, Lula. Take care, everybody. Kakite. And enjoy the rest of your day. I'll catch you all soon. Here we go, Raiders. In 3, 2, 1. Kakite, everyone. Kakite. Salam. Free Palestine. See you later, everyone. And YouTube, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here with me. Detroit, take care, everybody. Moonstar. Kakite Redlocks. Take care, everyone. I'll see you all soon.